Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Despite compromises from all sides, Governor Gordon, Senate leaders, and House leaders are all claiming victory as the Wyoming legislature passed a $9.9 billion two-year budget on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the budget falls $143 million under Governor Mark Gordon's recommendation.
The governor called it a win for Wyoming. The $10 billion budget, about $143 million shy of his recommendation. Wyoming public media remains funded, Wyoming public television. And so he was casting as a win. So too was Senator Ogden Driskill in the state Senate. Said, yeah, good job holding the Senate's position. Whereas House Appropriations Chair John Bear was like, yeah, but we still shaved $143 million from the governor's recommendation. So it's a win for us too. University of Wyoming gets their $40 million block grant from the state with a twist. So they have till December 1st to chart out a roadmap showing how they might save $5 million. And the final $10 million of that 40 would be released to them after that point. So yeah, $30 million right out the gate. The last $10 million of that 40 you can have once you show us a roadmap to savings.
The state Senate voted 28-3 in favor of a compromise draft between its budget negotiators and those from the House of Representatives, while the House voted 59-1 in favor of that same compromise. The 70-year-old Fort Diablo restaurant in Glen Rock was gutted by fire on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the owner, who says he's not sure if he can rebuild the historic restaurant.
It's a total loss, the fire chief said, even though it didn't burn totally to the ground. Just everything has smoke damage, there's heat damage, and it's just gone. It happened during Sunday's breakfast service. They noticed it, everybody got out. They don't know what caused it. They're still investigating it. The owner, he suspects it might be one of the old pieces of neon that may have sparked the fire, but he's not sure.
Owner Kevin Tate tells Cowboy State Daily that Fort Diablo, known to locals simply as the Fort, has been the go-to place for date nights, family dinners, celebrations, and lunches since the 1950s. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A vocal minority in the Wyoming Senate tried and failed Monday to resurrect a housing bill linked to the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senate President Bo Biteman says the bill was tainted.
Senate President Bo Biteman said, sure, I will make a movement to suspend the rules to resurrect this, but I'm not voting for that because this bill is tainted. The reason he said that is because it's at the heart of now 2 bribery investigations.
There was no rule against the act itself at the time, though the House, Senate, and Governor have all responded by banning the exchange of campaign contributions in the Capitol. Representative Chris Knapp's effort to repeal Wyoming's carbon capture mandate failed on Monday as it was the final day for bills to advance out of committee. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the bill's death extends the debate over whether carbon capture helps or hurts Wyoming's coal industry.
Chris Knapp, a Republican from Gillette, he says it's a yoke around the coal industry. And given all of the enthusiastic moves that the Trump administration has done, that this legislature has done, let's get rid of this last yoke. Let's get rid of this requirement on carbon capture. It's been the subject of vigorous debate, but it has moved through the legislature this year.
House Bill 56, which would have repealed the reliable and dispatchable low-carbon energy standards created by House Bill 200 in 2020, died after the hearing ran out of time. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, March 3rd. Special guests today include Senator Ogden Driskill, Representative John Bear. Both will be on to talk about the budget. We made a budget. It came in at under $10 billion. I think that's significant. $9.99 billion, right at the edge. David Giralt will be here. He's announced his candidacy for Congress, looking at the seat vacated by Harriet Hageman, or soon to be vacated. Mike Smith, UW, VP of something. I can't remember now. Mike will be on to talk about budget and how the University of Wyoming fared. Andrew Vitale, head coach of the Jackson Lady Bronx, will talk basketball regionals this weekend, 3A, 4A in Evanston, Wyoming. Doug Knoll will be here. Doug is the author of How to De-Escalate Any Conflict in like 15 seconds. Jen, what do you think of that? He's got a book out saying he's got a guaranteed 12 words you can say that will de-escalate anything. Like,
I'm guessing it's I hear you, or
starts with I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. You make very good points.
That's a good way to get punched in the kisser when you're like road rage. Come on. You think that'll work?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I live in a neutral zone where I'm very of diplomacy. My world is very calm, and if it's not, you're not in it.
Oh.
Don't bring drama into my bubble. I have a drama-free zone.
Speaking of drama, we're going to talk to the head coach of a girls basketball team. I'm sure there's plenty of drama there. So you're saying you're not allowed in Jen Coker's circle of trust if you have any kind of aggressive tendencies, violent nature, general rabble-rouser?
I think that's a good way to sum up my overview.
Where is that Doug Knoll? Okay. Forget everything you know about self-control. It's not about controlling yourself. It's about knowing exactly what to say. How to calm an angry person in 90 seconds, 12 words. Say these 12 words and it'll work. And maybe they do include, I'll see if they include or start with, I hear you. That's important.
Mm-hmm. I'm so curious. When is Doug coming on?
Good question. Doug will be on at 9:05.
Okay.
Mountain Time.
Okay. I'm guessing I hear you are somewhere in those 12.
possibly. I'm just thinking about like some road rage incident where me and this other dude have been almost colliding. He's cut me off. I didn't signal. We both let the finger fly, and then we stop at a stoplight. He gets out and I get out. And if the first thing I say is, I hear you, he's going to punch me in the nose. I hear you. Oh, you're going to feel me in a minute, dude. I don't know, man.
I mean, you kind of up the ante there to a hard situation. So I don't know. Maybe in that case, I would just say, maybe it starts with an apology, or is that too passive?
I think we got to start at ground zero and define what our confrontation is off the bat. Mine is like on the verge of throwing hands. Yours might be who left this mess next to the coffee maker.
Yeah. In that situation, I'd be like, let's calm down. Everybody calm down.
That's like what all husbands are told never to say that to their wives. Calm down.
Oh, okay.
At least that's how I learned it. Don't try that one. I've tried that one. You need to calm down, or we need to calm. Maybe
it's how you say it, right? Like you have to. Let's calm down.
No, that still gets you punched in the mouth. No, I
might be bad at this.
You might have to read Doug Knowles' book.
I might.
But you're way good at other stuff. I don't know. De-escalation, you haven't need to practice it. That's probably it.
Well, that's not absolutely true. I try to have a calm world, but absolutely. I need to tune in because I need these tips, I think.
Yeah, it might be useful. We'll check out what Doug has to say. Meanwhile, I was interested. I'm following this piece of legislation because I am for toughening penalties against stalkers. This came out of an actual case, but the whole thing just, I think, highlighted like a loophole or something missing. Something. You're following it. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, that's how these things arise, right? A situation takes place and you realize there aren't laws or there's not a mechanism in place to prosecute. And I think that's what happened in the case of this adult stalking teens. And I'm very intrigued, more so than the stalking bill, I have to be honest, with the grooming bill. There's I find that extremely a progressive way to stop the grooming before it becomes a sexual assault.
House Bill 8 is the stalking of minors. Now, that would be, just, I guess, harassing someone online. Would that also count? What are we talking about? Stalking of minors. How does that manifest?
Yeah, well, in this one, I mean, this specifically, they touched on the online, you can't do this. And I think that it also kind of touches upon where laws weren't before, because we are such an electronic device society now. So the laws have to catch up with that also, right? Because stalking in person is probably, and this is a guess, but I'm assuming not as prevalent as stalking online. And if in this particular instance, it was very nefarious because you have a 41-year-old woman not just impersonating and stalking this 15-year-old girl, but also kind of doing sexual innuendos to the boyfriend. So it's obviously inappropriate behavior of an adult, but you can't. You're dealing with teens too, so there's a big damaging impact on those teens who are undergoing that abuse.
This case was the Marcy Smith, 41-year-old Glen Rock. You can go back and research what happened there. So is any of this legislation address the fact that it's particularly worse to pretend to be somebody else? Is that part of the stalking or grooming, or not necessarily? You're just not supposed to. It is?
Yeah.
Like you can't pretend to be somebody's whatever.
Oh, certainly not. Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of a larger pattern, right? I mean, this was stalking it kind of on various levels. So now what it does is makes it a felony. Before it was a misdemeanor. So Marcy Smith, for example, got 2 years probation under the existing laws. So moving forward, that they'll be able to punished as a felony. So that just makes the stakes higher as far as, the consequences for that behavior.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately, I mean, you would, I guess this is judgmental, but if you expect adults to be adults.
I know.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not always the case. So then you have to step in with the consequences legally.
Yeah, and matching punishments to crime, that's tough. That's why judges do it, sentencing, and that's why there's guidelines, because I don't think any three people could agree on what is the appropriate sentence for whatever. And just having that, hanging instead of now, the max we can go on you is class whatever misdemeanor, just having now a felony in the pocket. Hopefully that's a deterrent for anybody who wants to stalk a minor. What about House Bill 9? What is grooming?
Okay, so grooming is the process of getting that teen to emotionally trust you, right? So you can do this in any number of ways. Say a guy, a predator, meets a young girl online. They'll work different ways to, earn that person's trust through manipulation, coercion. Sometimes, they'll trick the girl or boy into sharing a graphic image of themselves. It's just about the trust building, and there's so many different ways that a person can do that.
So this is like, somebody who may be on, you're carrying on maybe a text conversation or whatever, Snapchat, and you say, yeah, parents, really, your mom's probably a total witch and your dad won't let you do stuff. That's not, and you befriend this person. It doesn't have to result in a meetup and an intention to do anything. It's just the act of grooming someone online or.
Yeah. And it can take so many different forms. I've seen it take all different forms. And in one case, when it does become physical, that person might say, hey, do you want the latest jeans? Meet me at the mall and we'll go shopping. And then it's still not sexual at that point, right? They might do a meetup and he buys her, and I'm saying he or she buys that teen something that, makes it seem like they're stepping in, like they're the parent, where the parents aren't doing that for the teen. And then once you have, prior to this, if this behavior is taking place, law enforcement couldn't step in until it became physical. So now this allows them to step in the middle of that process before it does that sexual assault or sexual contact, which is, anytime you have an adult engaging sexually with a teen, that's assault, period.
Yeah.
So it's just, I find very progressive, and I'm excited to see this legislation, and it got universal support across the board. Excellent.
Indication the governor would also sign or not veto or.
Yeah, I see no problem with these becoming law.
Yeah. Very good.
They passed unanimously through both chambers.
I don't want to read all the way through House Bill 9, but anywhere in there does it mention tall tree, short rope?
As punishment?
Just throwing it out there. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not going that far yet.
This day and age, you think about before internet, 1950, Leave It to Beaver time, when your kids were under your sphere of influence. You hand them off to a teacher occasionally, or the priest, or whatever. Some other adults get access to your kids, but not very many. It's a small world you lived in, and what your kids could be exposed to, your best friend's parents, but you kind of knew everybody. Now, who knows who it is online? And it's not even who they purport to be online. It's just terrible, the access people have to your kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something else. And teens are just so hooked to their phones. I think of this, I go to the gym in the morning and I see, when there's an adult worker at the desk, because they greet you. They're not on their phones and they greet you.
Right. They look up.
They can barely bring themselves to lift up their head from that device.
Oh, yeah. You have a teen's full attention when they can get their eyes off the screen.
Oh, my God. And if they can do it for a minute, if you can engage them for 30 seconds, it's a win.
Total win. You've talked about this Kenyan nursing student before, Irene Gakwa, at Gillette. So any new news, or this is still This ex-boyfriend.
This was huge news to me. Now, I have been on, this is one of the cases that got me very involved in missing people. And I was right here. I went on searches initially, and I got hooked all in with the family when I was searching with them. And I understood a lot more how helpful it is for the families to have that support. In his case, this new information that came out of court documents from his closed theft case. Now, remember, he hasn't been charged with any crimes related to her disappearance. However, after she did disappear in February 2022, he drained her bank accounts and he maxed out her credit card. And one of those purchases, which caught my attention and police, is that he bought a shovel, boots, work boots, and snow pants with her card. And this new information, I found out, I've been trying to fill in pieces. Police have given very little information other than that one detail. Basically, prior to these released court documents, they had basically only said that those 3 items for the purchase, and also they put out a notice that they were looking for a barrel and sightings of his car in industrial and rural areas. So they want that barrel found for whatever reasons. That barrel's significant, I say, because they're looking for it.
I mean, do police need this handed to them on a platter?
I think. Well, I mean, they have no evidence that crime has occurred at this point. We have no body, and we have no, I don't know what police have. I mean, I only know what was released in these court documents. And for me, that showed a lot of, it showed insight into his behavior following her disappearance. One thing in particular that caught my attention was the fact that after she disappeared, some of her college pals were communicating with her over text to try to see where she was. This isn't a person who missed class. So when she misses class, everybody's kind of like, this is not Irene. So they're reaching out to her, and they get a text back from that phone that says, hey, I suddenly moved to San Antonio. And that whoever was messaging on that phone provided an address with a photo of the home. Well, when police checked it out, they found that house was a new build, over $600,000. The new owners had no idea who Irene was. And also that the photo of that house, when police reversed image searched it was a Airbnb a bed and breakfast in Wisconsin. Very suspicious.
Very suspicious. Ex-boyfriend. I mean, I know we don't have evidence of a crime, but we have a missing person. We get the missing person's bank account drained, and the dude on surveillance buying a shovel post missing with her credit card, debit card, or whatever.
Yeah.
This is why we need don't ask, don't tell, waterboarding, bamboo shiv, truth serum. I mean, just take this guy under the white hot spotlight and have a few chat with him. No two-way mirror, no lawyer present, just.
And he's under no obligation to speak to police, and he has expressed that right not to speak to police. So he is out on parole. He served he had a 3 to 6 year sentence, and he served under probably around 3 years with his time in jail prior to his going to prison. But he's out. He's out on parole in Cheyenne.
Okay.
I don't envy police on this one, but I think they again put out a call for that barrel. That barrel's obviously to them important.
Yeah.
So the citizens of Campbell County can certainly, I've been out personally searching for that barrel, and I will tell you, this county is large.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you kind of get into the psychology. If I were dumping a barrel and I weighed 330 pounds, there's physical limitations of where he might have dumped that barrel.
Just withhold this dude's access to candy bars and sugar in general, and I think we'll get the truth pretty quick. Sometimes with a stick, sometimes with a carrot. Or if the carrot's a Snickers bar, we'll get the truth out of them, maybe. Jen, thank you for staying on these very important stories. What's going on this week?
I am currently, as we speak, digging into a missing person / likely homicide from 1983 in Rollins involving John Boughton. If anybody's listening and knows anything about John or cares to speak to me, I would love that. There's information out there, and I am working on it now.
1983, Rollins, John Boughton.
There was quite a spate of murders in the early 80s in Rollins. It's really fascinating. And in the 70s. Yeah.
I believe Jackson as well. There was a lot of cocaine, partying kind of atmosphere in some towns in Wyoming, and a lot of nefarious actors. Jackson also had a mysterious case or two.
It's hard to think of Jackson. I was reading Renee Jean's story about it being the most expensive zip code, which when you outdo Greenwich, you know.
Yeah. Or
shocking.
Orange County, California, or I know, but
it was shocking to me. But it's reading her story. It's amazing to think that not so long ago, Jackson was not this affluent. It was like a downtown or down home ski town.
Yeah, and look at the license plates done. I mean, that was 1930, but the valuation of counties in 1930 is how you got your number 1 through 23. Teton County second to low, like it's a place no one wanted to live. The land valuation was second to last. Like,
it's shocking.
Oh man.
Shocking. This is what happens when you get discovered, right? Ski towns will do that to you.
Oh, I'm telling, and it just shows you the gross amount of wealth that pulls up the curve. Because if you walk around, you point to any one person and say, "How much do you make a year?" It's probably not in the 6-7 figure range, but it's just those that have pulled up the curve. And there's a new story in the New York Times that I just shared on the Slack about that. Teton County.
It takes the tenor too of the town, doesn't it? I think when I go to Jackson, it's the only place where people honk at me if I idle too long at a stop sign. People are aggressively
really?
Yeah. And that's how I gauge a town's character, is how many people tailgate me and honk at me if I pause.
Yeah, I find people who go fast in big cities. Like I notice when I go to Casper or some bigger, people race stoplight to stoplight, like they're in this biggest hurry of all time. I notice that, but the honking, yeah, the friendliness, probably not what it was 20 years ago. Probably not at all. Smiling, when you pass somebody, eye contact, friendly. Yeah, that's probably eroded.
Yeah, I have a walking trail. I always do. Everybody stops and talks for hours. You have to kind of sometimes gauge it so you don't run into people.
Yeah.
But not in Jackson. People are don't even look at you.
Yeah, there probably is. You're probably right, unfortunately. All right, Jen, thank you.
You have a good one.
Carry on with your Tuesday. Thanks.
Will do.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Jen Coker. And the latest from her on the Cowboy State Daily. Read it. Let's take a break.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and checking out the response to Cowboy State Daily stories. Fairly predictable from Wyoming readership, I think. The top two stories today, according to engagement on Facebook, impressions, whether folks clicked on the stories, whether they thumbs up, thumbs down, laughed, cried, hugged, frowned, whatever emoji, how much they shared stories. The metrics would indicate the top two stories today from the Cowboy State Daily. I'll give you a hint. They did not come out of the budget session. Most people's reading of the budget is probably just headline type stuff. Oh, they passed a budget. All right. No, the important stories for Wyoming folk are horses and guns. Very important. The Powell man that used a McDonald's drive-through with his 2-horse team did receive an apology from McDonald's corporate after a local manager told him, "You're banned. You're 86. Actually, he wasn't. His horses were. We don't want to see Onyx and Cole ever again." He did make contact with corporate, and they said he's not banned. I don't know if I think they did say they'll allow the horse and wagon through the drive-thru. The photo's fantastic, and a big thanks to the Powell photographer who got that. It was explained. We had Alan Hatch on yesterday. I hope you saw it. And he explained why, if this was an impromptu decision, supposedly Alan Hatch, if you're late to the party here, he's a Teamster in Powell. He bought this new team. They're like a 12 and 13-year-old pair called Cole and Onyx. And this new team is pretty good at what they do, pulling stuff. But Alan Hatch is learning to work with them, particularly with a language barrier. The horses speak only Swedish or understand only Swedish. If these horses are speaking, we got a whole nother story. But this one already went international. And Alan Hatch is working with the team, trying to get them to, whoa in English. I don't know what whoa is in Swedish. So he's working this team, and he takes them out to just run errands like any Teamster would in Powell, hitch up the team. You leave the Ford pickup at home, and you go to the Ace Hardware, and you do whatever you need to do there. And then across the street, there's the McDonald's, and the Golden Arches are calling. Alan's feeling a little bit hungry. Why not go through the drive-thru? Okay, spur of the moment decision. But in the Ace Hardware at the time was Mark Davis, and he works for the Powell Tribune. Good job, Mark. His spidey sense was tingling. He sensed the story. He talked to Alan and he said, wow, you got Cole and Onyx out here. I don't know if he knew the horses. I'm just assuming everybody in Powell knows each other, including their team. Hey, Alan, how you doing? I see you got Cole and Onyx out in the parking lot. How they working out? Pretty good. Yeah, we're working on G and Haw today, a little bit of wool, and I'm trying to get them off the Swedish chocolates. But they're working great. And I'm thinking about taking them over to the McDonald's. I'm feeling hungry. Can I pick you up anything, Mark? No, I'm fine. I have a camera with me. You mind if I get a shot of that? No, that might work. This is how I assume the conversation went. And there's Alan, and the photo is glorious. I mean, you can't frame this any better. It's a great shot, Mark. And it's been shared around the world. And Cowboy State Daily, why did I go to the Zoom room? Cowboy State Daily had the story about Alan Hatch. We also followed up with now the second story. And the second story is, after originally being treated well by the window people who are happy to see the horses, and by the way, they were not offered any treats. I asked Alan, did the drive-through person offer a free apple crisp or large fries for the horses? He's like, no, they were just happy to see him. But then the manager there that day said, maybe don't bring him through anymore. They might do something in the drive-through that wouldn't be good. And the follow-up story is corporate did contact Alan Hatch, and they said, our bad. Horses are welcome at McDonald's drive-through, at least in Powell. And that story has 1,000 impressions, 58 comments, 161 shares. By far more read than, let's say, Freedom Caucus claims victory over budget. People love horses in Wyoming. And how about guns? Oh, yeah. Mark Hines' story. West Virginia's move to legalize machine guns could lead to Wyoming doing the same. Think this played well in the Cowboy State? You know it. 1,000 impressions, all of them thumbs up and hearts. No frowns in this bunch. 233 comments, 102 shares, and people read the crap out of it. Interesting. Yeah, guns, horses, any cowboy redneck kind of stuff. That's Wyoming. Yeah, this story also, because of its if it bleeds, it leads kind of feature, or Thermopolis woman is accused of neglecting an elderly man in her care. The man is deaf, mostly blind, and weighs 87 pounds. A visiting doctor reported him wearing adult diapers that hadn't been changed in 10 to 14 days. Oh. Neglect, abuse of the elderly Thermopolis woman. That story approaching 1,000 impressions, and most of those frustration and tears. 133 comments, 100 shares. Big story, third biggest in the Cowboy State Daily over the last 24 hours. Greg Johnson has that story. Let's take a quick break and we'll get Senator Ogden Driskill in here and we'll talk budget.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars. With trauma, with loss, with hopelessness, Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
I'm still reading some national news, international news regarding the conflict now in the Middle East. And so disappointing to see whatever bad actors are behind fake news. Like, I see there's only certain news sites you can trust anymore. I see these videos and you wonder how many of them are AI, cooked up, or flat out fake regarding drone attacks, a rocket, an explosion. Some of them are so obviously fake. What is the intent there with putting out a fake video of a bomb exploding in Tehran? Like, who's behind that? Perhaps Iran is spreading news that 175 were killed when an elementary school was hit. I assume accidentally in bombing. Is that true or not? It appears to be true. But just the truths or untruths. We should be living in a day and age where everything is evident, because there are cameras everywhere. The entire world's under surveillance. We have the internet to bring us in time, in action, real-time news. And yet we're in the most cloudy, I don't know if I can trust this as news kind of age there ever has been. So weird. But the United States has told all U.S. citizens, get out if they can. I don't know how you get out of the Middle East when all the flights are grounded, but yeah, good luck with that. Let's get Senator Ogden Driskill on here. We're going to talk about the budget. Yeah, we've passed the budget. Senator, let me play you some music real fast. There's fancy, makes it sound important. That's enough. Senator, great to have you on. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Jake. What a wonderful morning in the rain in Cheyenne, Wyoming. God's looking down on us.
Yeah, got us, especially the eastern part of the state, man. I saw the snowpack levels getting better, except for that Bighorn area. The whole, what else? I mean, anything east. Just
northeast,
Belfouche,
still dry, no rain. Visiting this morning, fire in the Bighorn still moving out of Buffalo. So at least some of us are getting some reprise, and they've been beat up down here. Heartens me to see them get some rain and put a smile on your face.
Yeah. So the art of negotiation, look at that. They say the perfect compromise is when both sides are unhappy. Well, what if both sides are happy? Both sides claiming victory, those sides being House and Senate. You were kind of far apart, but it got at it from different angles. Let's talk about, by the way, Senator Ogden, HD1 Devil's Tower, Senate Appropriations Committee member. And we did get to a budget here in the 68th session and came into a shade under $10 billion. I like holding the line at that $10 billion mark. That seems significant. But yeah, the Senate started with the governor's budget. The House built up from theirs. You started the governor's and whittled down. Which way normally does the legislature work when they're looking at a budget? I would assume you would take the governor's and then just chop away.
So this has never happened, Jake.
Okay.
To be honest with you, and it wasn't a win-win. This is something that is unheard of in Wyoming's history. The governor has come out and said that he's a winner. The Freedom Caucus has said we're a winner. The House says we're a winner, and the Senate says we're a winner. And almost never, ever in politics do you get everybody out and say win. They usually say somebody lost or I had to give this up. Everyone's saying that this was the right thing in the right way. And so backtracking on how you go about it was I was part of the Appropriations Committee. And the normal is the governor submits a budget. And the Appropriation Committee works that budget into the position of the House and Senate together. It's a joint committee. And we did that. And the votes were basically 9-3 across the board. And what we had was a Freedom Caucus driven House side and a Senate side that was probably more conservative than the body was. And so we came out with a budget that was near the bottom on both. It was very near drastic cuts from the governor's budget, i.e., when we came to the floor, there was no public radio in Wyoming anymore. We got rid of D1, 60 million cuts, UW. Immediately when I came out, the body was unhappy and we were getting lots of calls about what was going on. I think the public really woke up for the first time about what things looked like under this regime. And so I came up with myself and basically Senator Drew came up with moving back to governor's rec, which is unheard of. We just came back, ran an amendment, reset the budget because we were together at the bottom. There was no way to get out of doing anything without massive change. So we ran this amendment and that moved us back to gov's rec, and it left the House side clear down at the bottom still and left a lot of room between us. What I had not anticipated was the amount of good people that showed up and said that they cared. And in truth, by the time the House was done with their budget amendments, there was really not very much difference between the House and Senate. They had already backed up on a lot of these positions. And we came out with what I think was the governor done really a nice budget. We brought our salaries up to a few years ago levels, left UW somewhat funded, still beat the business council up some, but it was just a good, sensible budget. And, I crossed my heart. I thank the people and your listeners because for the first time, they all showed up and told people this is unacceptable. And they got to see a preview of what happens if we continue to let this march happen. And for me, and I'm going to make a blatant pitch, is show up and vote. If what you thought happened was a win and was right, make sure you put people in that care about Wyoming.
Yeah, continue that interest that was kindled definitely in this budget session. Senator Driskill, did you notice that for the first time? Did your email fill up, your text? Did you get calls? Did you see people face to face like never before? Wyoming people taking an interest in a budget session?
I mean, it was heartening because I fought on the other side of this. I'm not a liberal. I'm a very conservative person, but I watch our budgets, and I believe in you invest when times are good, and we really did. No, I had reach out from all across my district, all across the state. I can tell you, I've never walked into rooms and had people come over and say, thank you. We very much appreciate it. Things that I love and I respect are going away. And, those same people need to go door to door with their neighbors and say, this is the Wyoming we want, because it really is. I think we got to see a stark contrast. The other side continued to double down, anti-business, anti-going forward in Wyoming. Right down to the point of the PRCA, the Appropriations Committee on the other side tried to go after it. And, the truth is we got a big shot of the Freedom Caucus vision. We got to see what their vision was. And the people of Wyoming said, no, this is not what our vision is. Our vision is we want educated kids. We're proud of our institutions. We're proud of our employees. And we don't want this. And, I think when it got done, when everyone finally did it, it was a win for everybody. And that's the neat part is we really are on a track in Wyoming that's a pivotal time. Are we going to retract and go back to dirt roads and unfunding and not paying our employees? Or are we all going to go elect people that aren't spendthrifts, but are going to invest in Wyoming's kids and future?
Let's talk about some of the nuts and bolts when it comes to the University of Wyoming. I understand that funding was put back with the exception of some $10 million has a string attached to until the University of Wyoming can show $5 million in savings. Is that fair?
It is. There's some strings attached with UW, and that's a fair deal. The honesty is UW missed a few things and probably deserved to be tormented just a little bit. I'm going to be really honest about it. The whole deal was the approach of how you go about affecting change. And what they did is said, we're mad, cut $40 million, which really structurally hurt the university, got rid of all their supplemental. Mine was all along, and I said it in the committee, was it and the business council both. When you're upset, you don't drive your car through the front of the building and say, fix it. You say, we're really upset with this, and this, and here's the track we'd like to see you take. And, they've got a little of that in there this time. We always do tweaks. That's what the legislature does with the money, but UW is on the right track. I truly believe they've got the message. Once again, I'm communicating pretty directly with some of UW's people. They are appreciative that they didn't get the bludgeon or the axe to them. And I think they're paying attention now. They're going to work very hard to get to the right place. Same with the business council.
Yeah, Wyoming Business Council. Look, you've admitted all along you're not BFF with the Wyoming Business Council. You've had your issues and questions about what they do. We're understanding $14 million for a one-year budget. They're going to have to check in again after a year on a short leash and an elimination of the business-ready communities. Was that a fair compromise?
I think it was. I think we really hit a deal, and it was as good a compromise you could have. They lived to fight another day, and they're going to have to reinvent themselves. The fact of the matter is, the Business Council hasn't had a shot across the bow. They've took a pretty major hit, and they're going to have to look inwardly, look outwardly, find out what they have. One of the things we all learned was, for myself in particular, and this is a word to the wise on how you go about doing things. Eliminating it, we had no clue what the Business Council actually did. Myself, I'm guilty. as I unrolled what they really did and what some of their programs were, I was heartbroken because the truth is they've done a lot of good things. They didn't do a good job of telling us about what they did and how they did it. And consequently, they almost went away. And I think they're going to come back and do a much better job of saying, here's what we do. And probably go to communities and towns and people and say, what's working, what's not, what do you want a double spoonful of, and what would you like to get rid of? And that's healthy. That's really healthy for government. It's painful, but it's healthy.
Let me ask you about this notion that a few things I think passed for 1 year. Now the budget's a 2-year deal, but how many things have you left to get another look next year at a general session, which is really busy? Is that weird? Is that unusual to leave some things with just a 1 year funded and then you're going to check back in?
It is not unusual, but I call it smoke and mirrors. When you do the 1 year funding, particularly on ongoing budgets, what you're really doing is, and it goes back to the number you gave, let's try to stay under a certain number. So what we're going to do is do it, and then it doesn't book into that $10 billion budget. So in truth, then you come back on a supplemental year that we had terrible fights over, and you actually have to fund it because you only funded half of it and you knew the other half was coming. And I call it smoke and mirrors. Freedom Caucus did it lots in the budget. You look at like our tech stuff. They said, well, we'll come back next year in the supplemental and do it. Or we'll have the governor B11. That's probably the worst term you ever hear is we'll have the governor B11. What that means is you intentionally underfunded something and you're asking the governor to steal money from within the budget to fix the problem. B11s really shouldn't happen if you're doing a good job of what you're doing. They should be a more emergency type situation.
Well, coming off last year's session when the supplemental budget didn't go anywhere, this next one should be very interesting. Left a lot on the table for that. One last thing, Senator Driskill, we heard Representative John Bear saying one reason to right-size government, to make sure government's small, they tighten the belt, is revenue projections, not exactly healthy, looking 3, 4, 5 years out. Are you pessimistic, optimistic over revenues for the state?
I'm optimistic. We're $1 billion in capital income. Stock market's down this morning. You're probably going to see in the papers we're going to take a hit on our investments. That's what happens when you invest money long term. But the truth is, we've got a couple of issues that we've got to deal with long term. School, we got to figure out how we're going to deal with some of our school funding. I'm going to divert you just a little on that. Part of what's happening out there, once again, back to your diversions, we had the smoke and mirrors out of the committee in order to get under the $10 billion budget, which in truth, we're over it because here's why. We have a CapCon budget out there that's almost $500 million. They diverted several pieces of the budget outside of the budget to make it look like it's a smaller budget. CapCon's still up. CapCon is over $400 million. It's still not passed. I believe I'm going to be on the conference committee on that. That's going to be contentious. It's back to, do we fund our community colleges? Do we do full maintenance for our K-12 in our state buildings, or do we defer maintenance? And, part of this really is about, do we invest long-term or do we invest short-term? And we all know the state's done a great job of taking care of their things. If they refuse to do so, 4 legislatures down the road, we got leaking roofs and buildings falling apart. Now we've got capital costs. And so part of this is really looking out long-term, being honest about what it takes. And when the time comes, if we're really short of money, and I've been there, we'll cut money. I hate to look my state employees in the eye, but we'll make our agencies bleed if we have to survive. That's Constitution says we balance the budget. But we're in a time now. I look at the rodeo deal. They tried to derail the funding on the rodeo. That's $15 million state money. They said wrong. I'm going to tell you it's 100 jobs. Defund it, you lost it. Same thing's true on several other investments we had. Is we're really a pivotal point. Are we willing to invest in ourselves? And that means we're going to reach out and help businesses come here. Or are we going to say we're anti-business, don't come here, and if you happen to show up here, great, but if not, go ahead and go to another state? And that's really where I'm at. As you can tell, I'm openly out at war with the let's suck it back in and go to dirt roads and carriages versus let's embrace some new businesses coming to Wyoming and maybe take us out of our comfort zone. I'm going to tell you, I'm somewhat uncomfortable with data centers, very uncomfortable with wind, carbon capture, carbon pipe. This is our future. We've got to embrace something other than agriculture, tourism, and minerals if we really want the state to prosper. And I'm going to tell you, I do want it to prosper. I drive down here to Cheyenne and I smile looking at apartment buildings the size of my hometown going up.
Senator Driskill also smiling under cloudy skies. That's good news in the eastern part of the state. Hey, thank you for being on this morning.
Key takeaway, Wyoming.
Let it rain, baby.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily, we got to get to news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Despite compromises from all sides, Governor Gordon, Senate leaders, and House leaders are all claiming victory as the Wyoming legislature passed a $9.9 billion two-year budget on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the budget falls $143 million under Governor Mark Gordon's recommendation.
The governor called it a win for Wyoming. The $10 billion budget, about $143 million shy of his recommendation. Wyoming Public Media remains funded, Wyoming Public Television. And so he was casting as a win. So too was Senator Ogden Driskill in the state Senate. Said, yeah, good job holding the Senate's position. Whereas House Appropriations Chair John Bear was like, yeah, but we still shaved $143 million from the governor's recommendation. So it's a win for us too. University of Wyoming gets their $40 million block grant from the state with a twist. So they have till December 1st to chart out a roadmap showing how they might save $5 million. And the final $10 million of that 40 would be released to them after that point. So yeah, $30 million right out of the gate. The last $10 million of that 40 you can have once you show us a roadmap to savings.
The state Senate voted 28-3 in favor of a compromise draft between its budget negotiators and those from the House of Representatives, while the House voted 59-1 in favor of that same compromise. The 70-year-old Fort Diablo restaurant in Glen Rock was gutted by fire on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the owner, who says he's not sure if he can rebuild the historic restaurant.
It's a total loss, the fire chief said, even though it didn't burn totally to the ground. Just everything has smoke damage, there's heat damage, and it's just gone. It happened during Sunday's breakfast service. They noticed it, everybody got out. They don't know what caused it. They're still investigating it. The owner, he suspects it might be one of the old pieces of neon that may have sparked the fire, but he's not sure.
Owner Kevin Tate tells Cowboy State Daily that Fort Diablo, known to locals simply as the Fort, has been the go-to place for date nights, family dinners, celebrations, and lunches since the 1950s. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A vocal minority in the Wyoming Senate tried and failed Monday to resurrect a housing bill linked to the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senate President Bo Biteman says the bill was tainted.
Senate President Bo Biteman said, sure, I will make a movement to suspend the rules to resurrect this, but I'm not voting for that because this bill is tainted. The reason he said that is because it's at the heart of now 2 bribery investigations.
There was no rule against the act itself at the time, though the House, Senate, and governor have all responded by banning the exchange of campaign contributions in the Capitol. Representative Chris Knapp's effort to repeal Wyoming's carbon capture mandate failed on Monday as it was the final day for bills to advance out of committee. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the bill's death extends the debate over whether carbon capture helps or hurts Wyoming's coal industry.
Chris Knapp, a Republican from Gillette, he says it's a yoke around the coal industry. And given all of the enthusiastic moves that the Trump administration has done, that this legislature has done, let's get rid of this last yoke. Let's get rid of this requirement on carbon capture. It's been the subject of vigorous debate, but it has moved through the legislature this year.
House Bill 56, which would have repealed the reliable and dispatchable low-carbon energy standards created by House Bill 200 in 2020, died after the hearing ran out of time. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world.
All right, rolling along on a Tuesday, the Cowboy State Daily Show. Representative John Bear is here, House District 31, Chair of the House Appropriations Committee, former Freedom Caucus leader. And like I just chatted with Senator Driskill, it seems it's the perfect compromise where everybody walks away unhappy. The definition of you got it right. The perfect compromise, everybody's walking away saying we won. The governor, the Senate, the House. Not that it was a competition, but we did, if anything, what the budget session, the 68th legislative session did teach us is more insight about the budget. Wyoming people became very involved in what exactly it is. Organizations have had to learn the importance of transparency, whether that's the University of Wyoming or the Business Council. Everybody had eyes on the budget session. If that was the takeaway, that's good stuff. But what's the takeaway for the House, Representative Bear? What do you think?
Well, Jake, you know I'm pretty excited about all the media coverage on the budget. It rarely ever happens, and it's just great that the people are interested and looking into what we're doing. You know, there was claims by the governor that there was not enough transparency, but what I'm concerned about is the people having that transparency, not any particular legislator who could look at this stuff anytime they really wanted to. But I want to just remind your viewers of things that have been said about conservatives and the Freedom Caucus not being able to govern. And here we are, you know, they said we couldn't get a budget passed, and here we are with a budget, and we're looking really good for the people of Wyoming. And I'll say this, you know, we started out with JAC, $481 million below the governor's budget. That changed to about $170 million below the governor's budget at the end of the third reading in the House, and the Senate was right there with the governor. So that's $170 million difference. We ended up 143 below the governor's budget, the two, the House and the Senate together. Anytime I can get 75% of the pie, I'm perfectly happy, and I feel like I've won something.
Yeah, we'll talk about those numbers because I've seen them get jiggy and move around. We'll talk about how do you define the numbers. But I was very encouraged about getting this done when the conference, the committees went into conference. And as far as part as the House and Senate were to begin, I thought, boy, this is looking like the federal Congress where you can't get anything done. Wyoming got things done. Everybody proved a point, or everybody made their point, and it appears all sides happy. Let's talk about why the House chose to start where you started. The Senate started with the governors. You disliked so much about it, I guess. You said we're starting at our own number. Where did you come up with that?
Well, there's a couple of things, Jake, and you know this. I said this on your last show. The question was, are there 16 senators that are willing to slow the growth of government? And frankly, there just aren't. And I knew that going into it. So the best position I could put the House in was to have the lowest budget possible. Now, we weren't ready to cut deeply into the budget and create havoc. So all we did was slow down the growth of government. We cut the increases, which is not a cut at all. They're still increases. And so, going into this budget, we knew we didn't have a lot of leverage to force the Senate into a better position. But guess what? We ended up lower than the governor's budget. That's only happened a couple of times in the last 12 years. And so I'll take that when I can get it, when we really just don't have enough fiscally conservative legislators in Wyoming to really slow down that growth of government. And, you look at the university, we really did make some cuts in JAC there, which obviously now we're down to about $10 million that are on the line that they've got to perform to get. And that's a great win for conservatives that feel like the university is really out of control, and they're spending on administration. They're promoting different degree programs that are just not effective for people in Wyoming, and continuing to allow DEI there on the campus. So it's a win for us there. The Wyoming Business Council has certainly been curtailed, and we're going to be working on that this summer to reform that. And that's a big win for conservatives that don't want to see crony capitalism continue in the state of Wyoming. Now, I'd say there's still some crony capitalism going on, and I'm not real pleased with those things in the budget. Things like there's a rare earths investment of $16 million into some corporations that are, perfectly capable of doing this on their own, as well as the PRCA museum, which I know Senator Driscoll's very attached to. But those are out of tourism dollars. So, you can't stop everything. Some of this stuff took a little give and take. And so there's some things that we gave on, and we'll have to come back in future years if the people will keep electing more conservative and fiscally responsible legislators. We'll be able to do more work and get out of the business of crony capitalism in the state of Wyoming.
Did we leave a lot undone for next year general session and a supplemental budget?
I don't believe so. Clearly we grew government during this budget session, and so I think if the elections turn out positive for conservative legislators, you'll see a very constrained effort in the supplemental budget next year.
Let's circle back to the University of Wyoming. Original cuts were sounding more like $40 million. Now the university will be funded, but there is that $10 million with a string attached. University of Wyoming has to show in earnest it can find $5 million in savings. I mean, if the intent of the Freedom Caucus or the House majority was to bring UW to the table and make a wake-up call, it seems to have worked. Are you satisfied with how things turned out there?
Clearly I'd like to see deeper efforts as far as the funding is concerned, but I'm pleased that they came to the table. During the negotiations in third reading, I brought an amendment myself to cut that 40 to 20 because they came to the table. And that's the art of the deal. If people haven't seen how our president is working this and getting the federal spending under control, then they've really missed out on what's going on. And we can do this here in Wyoming as well. There's plenty of places where this government can be trimmed back.
Business Council as well is going to have to check back in 2027 and show a report card of sorts. $14 million budget approved for just the 1 year, and the elimination of Business Ready Communities program, which was, I think, a big bargaining chip. I don't know what that was, but what do you think about it?
Well, it's basically where that entity was bringing money to local governments to take care of infrastructure so that they could bring businesses in. And honestly, we've had local governments saying, look, we can't handle any businesses right now. We don't have enough water or sewer, and those things need to be handled first. So we came up with a plan where we could give grants to those communities without the Wyoming Business Council, where those communities could come to consensus with their fellow communities within a county and determine what are the highest priorities, get those infrastructure issues taken care of, and then we can bring businesses in. And it was the right plan. We're going to continue working on that. And those funds that the Wyoming Business Council was handing out like candy are now going to be really structured and go into the right place, the most highest priorities of all.
Well, in a legislature that is heavily predominantly red, Republican, and with a governor who is a Republican, it's surprising for me to see quotes like this from you, Representative Bear, in the Cowboy State Daily. We slowed big government Republican alliance with Democrats as they rush for more spending and government growth. Tax and spend is Democrat stuff. Is this going on in Wyoming?
When you look at the 40 hours of debate that we did in the House over the budget, where we didn't just turn it back over to the governor's budget like they did in the Senate. We fought hard, but there were over $4 billion worth of amendments brought trying to increase the size and scope of government. So yeah, that's in a House where there's only 5 Democrats. And so really, when it comes to spending, you don't have very many Republicans that are really willing to hold the line on spending.
Representative, what's next? Where are you? Where are you headed? Is the session done yet?
No, we've got about a week left.
Yeah.
And so we want to override those governor's vetoes on things like the Second Amendment Protection Act.
Right.
And we have a recalibration bill that is just very important so that we can start to win those court cases where the legislature really hasn't done its job in about 15 years. You got conservatives coming in here and saying, look, we look at the Constitution, we realize that funding K through 12 education is probably the highest priority for the legislature, hasn't been really taken care of for about 15 years, maybe more. And we're taking it very seriously. You've seen more raises for teachers since the Freedom Caucus has come on the scene. And now you're going to see some massive raises for teachers and more funding going into the classroom. We've got to get that across the finish line here in the House. And we're very close to that. We're going on to third reading here very soon. And hopefully we can get the governor to sign that as well.
A reason to be fiscally responsive in any economic climate is just because it's the right thing to do. It's conservative. It's small government, right-sizing government, but you do have an eye out for future revenue projections and could be maybe not the greatest.
Well, yes, but there's now a war in the Middle East, and so things can change very rapidly when it comes to that. But wouldn't it be better if we had legislators that said, hey, just because there's a lot of money coming in, we don't need to spend it all right now? And it'd be better that the people of Wyoming benefit where their taxes are lowered instead of the government becoming larger or getting a larger savings account.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics. What numbers are we talking about, Representative Bear? We heard numbers thrown around. They may or may not include federal money. What numbers do you like?
Let me explain that, Jake, very clearly. All of the headlines that we've seen have been for all funds, which would include other funds like fees and things like that that have been collected by different agencies, as well as federal funds. Look, the legislature authorizes the spending of all those funds, and it's correct for the media to be using those numbers. Those were the numbers I gave you at the beginning of this interview, and now you're seeing legislators pick and choose which numbers they want to reveal and talk about. And so what they've done in the Senate, and the governor have been talking about general funds, which is fine, but they have to admit they were $50 million above the governor when they started the negotiations with the House, and now they're $50 million below the governor. After those negotiations, we were $100 million below the governor going into those negotiations. So when the House gave up 33%, the Senate gave up 67%. That's a win in my book, and I'll take it.
I appreciate you, all the work you're doing on behalf of Wyoming first. And I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. Thank you, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you having me on.
Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to get Don Day in here and talk about day weather forecast. That's next.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's official, I guess, as official as you want to make of this. Wyophile, our friends over at Wyophile are saying Wyoming just wrapped up its warmest winter ever, surpassing Dust Bowl records. That winter was warm and relatively dry. I was checking snowpack around the state. You're right, Don. We caught back up a little bit in the Wind River, whatever they call that, the Teton Range. Bighorn's still a little low. Belle Fourche and everything east, not doing great. Warmest winter ever?
Wait, well, time out. I've got to read that article, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends on what you use for your data, what locations you pick. So extraordinary claims mean extraordinary evidence. So I'm not going to comment on that until I have a chance to look at the article.
Yeah. I think they were talking December through February. They looked at many different points. In fact, every single point they looked at was warmer than average.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't doubt those 3 months were really warm and dry. The reason I just have some hesitation, you know me, anytime I start saying this is the biggest, worst, or ever, my little antennas go up.
Yeah, I know. I love to say that too. I guess it's the hottest month of all time. It was a winter where I kept looking out the window wondering, it ain't here yet. I just think of how many times I've had to, shovel the front porch or brush off the car, and it hasn't been that many, which is good for me.
Yeah, well, this morning I'm happy to report, Jake, I don't want to minimize what you just said, but I have some, pretty significant weather to report this morning. Rawlins has picked up 1.25 inches of water.
Oh, good.
Okay. In the last 24 hours from rain, thunderstorms, and now very heavy snows falling along Interstate 80, Wamsutter to Rawlins, to Elk Mountain, really big travel problems there. Wheatland got just about 1/2 inch of rain last night, just under 1/2 inch of rain for Cheyenne. just under a half inch of rain for a lot of Sweetwater County. Road closed near Evanston because of snow. So I'm going to put a positive spin that we are getting some badly needed moisture in those very dry areas right now.
Very good. Yeah, Senator Driskill was just down in Cheyenne, said it was raining there. That's good news for the eastern half of the state, for sure. All right. What you still see something coming up at, when was it? The end of the weekend?
Yeah, we've got another potent storm system. This time it's coming in from the northwest instead of the due west. And so this will get the northern part of the state, which is missing this current storm. And it's colder. So there's a good part of the state that's going to get snowed on Thursday night and Friday.
All right, very good. I'm getting ready to escape for spring break. That's all I get. I feel like I'm not escaping, though. A winter, I'm like... Maybe I'll stick around. It depends. But
no, actually, your timing is just right. Because now, all of a sudden we're in March. It's only the 3rd of March. And now we're already talking more than an inch of water in Rawlins, another storm later this week. It's like we flip a switch.
Yeah.
As I say all the time, most of Wyoming's low elevations between November and February doesn't even average much more than an inch of water during those 4 months. But the next 4 months are the wettest. So this is the time of year things get a little bit more busy.
Yeah, March and April, so volatile in their ups and downs, and definitely wetter. All right, good deal. You told us, you gave us the heads up, Don. That's all we can ask.
Okay, have a good day.
You too, Don Day with the day weather forecast. There you have it. Good rain, much needed rain for Rawlins, Cheyenne, Evanston, the whole I-80. I know it does some funny things to Interstate 80, but hey, we got to take the good with the bad. Let's get back into the Zoom room, and we're going to meet David Giralt. Let's see if I got things hooked up correctly. There we are. There's David, I think. Hey, how are you today?
Morning. I'm well. How are you doing? Thank you for having me on.
Let's see. Are you in Casper right now?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, that's where you can know. Although we're going to find this guy, I think, shaking hands and out on the road here pretty soon. Former U.S. Army Ranger running for Congress is looking at Harriet Hageman's seat soon to be vacated. And David Giralt's going to run it grassroots because that's the only way you can do it, I think. First off, let me ask you about your experience. First, tell us who you are. Build a background. I know you're a KW grad back in 2009. I know you served. Where have you been since you left Kelly Walsh?
Sure. I can back up a little bit more too. I know that I got to build up some of the Casper bona fides because the NC people will hate on me. But grew up here in Casper. Was involved in Boy Scouts growing up, church, all those sorts of things. Attended Fairdale, Centennial, and then eventually graduated from Kelly Walsh High School. After graduating there, I was fortunate enough to earn an opportunity to play soccer at Colorado Christian University, and I simultaneously earned an ROTC scholarship. Had like many other Americans had to kind of like work to help put myself through college, and then I commissioned to the active duty Army. And my first assignment was out in Fort Lewis, Washington. I then assessed into the 2nd Ranger Battalion out of the 75th Ranger Regiment, deployed to combat, and then PCS'd, went to the 82nd Airborne Division in North Carolina, deployed again to combat. And then my final active duty assignment took me to the Pentagon. And while there, I was assigned duty to work on defense policy for members of Congress and their staff. So for 4.5 years, I had this really unique opportunity as an active duty Army officer to influence policy, which, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about Iran today, but that sort of experience to bring that to legislators, to lawmakers, so that they kind of understand what's the ground truth of what their policies actually do. I spent 4.5 years doing that. And then my final job before getting into this craziness was working for Senator Cynthia Lummis. For her, I worked on trade, agriculture, homeland security, and of course, defense and intelligence programs there at the federal level. So that's kind of my whole background. And my wife and I are here in Casper now.
And congrats on that. That was just last August, Alexandra, huh?
That's right. That's right.
I hear you don't want to challenge her in tennis, and she probably doesn't want to play you in soccer.
Well, I could challenge her. I would just lose, unfortunately. So it just wouldn't be too wise.
So your experience, particularly in service, gives you unique insight globally. That is so crucial. And then you have unique insight through no doing of your own. You just happen to be a first-generation American. Your father, Costa Rican, your mother, Cuban. That's unique as well. All these things shape who you are.
That's absolutely right. And, that builds who I am as a conservative Republican. And getting into this race, I want to talk a lot about my background. Like you said, my mother left communist Cuba. My father left Costa Rica to seek better economic opportunity, like many Americans. And their story is one of the importance of assimilation. And I think that, me and my brothers stand as a perfect example of that. I served in the Army. My brother served in the Army. And then my little brother served as a wildland firefighter. So, when it comes to, when it comes to the issues that are important to Wyoming and putting service above self, I think that was the primary, that was the primary lesson that our parents drove home. And, I think it shows in the career paths that we chose.
The career path you're seeking to choose is Congress. Now, why Congress? Why that seat? Did it have anything to do with anyone who has already announced? Reed Reisner, Chuck Gray, Jillian Balo. Why Hageman seat? Why U.S. Congress?
Yeah, this isn't obviously it is a race. It is a competition. It is an effort to draw a contrast between people. But primarily, my reason for doing this is I think that I'm uniquely suited just by virtue of my experience and kind of the places that I've been. And I'm coming to this with a mentality that this is a second opportunity at service. I view this as kind of my wife and I have talked about this, but this is almost like a second deployment, a deployment in a little bit different terrain, but an opportunity to serve the state that gave my family every freedom and opportunity imaginable, and the country that has allowed those things to flourish. So for me, it's fairly simple. I look at this as an opportunity to serve, where I think that I do have a unique capability to deliver results on behalf of the people of Wyoming and represent them effectively in D.C.
Congress in D.C., the House in D.C. probably has less IEDs, but no less dangerous, I would imagine. It is
a little bit more knife fighting. It's just all rhetorical. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Let me ask you about, before I really started digging into what concerns a senator or a U.S. House representative, and we talked regularly with Representative Hageman, we talked with Cynthia Lummis and John Barrasso. I had no idea that the knowledge, the scope of knowledge and the concern of someone we send to Congress on behalf of Wyoming has to be so global. I thought we sent them to D.C. to represent, make sure they don't take our guns away, represent Wyoming. But you have to know an enormous amount of things, including right now, the feelings of what's going on in the Middle East and the decision to be aggressive towards Iran. Is it the right call? You really do have to know, and you bring a lot of that knowledge because you've been out there in the world.
Yeah, to your point, the state of Wyoming has been absolutely spoiled in our congressional delegation. All of them are everywhere at all times, listening to people, hearing their issues, and working with their staff to effectively bring resolution to it. And I am excited about the prospect of, as someone who grew up here, to be able to represent those myriad issues, whether that's a veteran issue, whether that's a healthcare issue, whether that's something about relieving the regulatory burden on Wyoming families. And that is one of the largest issues I think facing Wyoming families in particular. But happy to talk about Iran, and I'm sorry if I kind of missed the boat. I just wanted to, the long lead up there, but happy to talk a little bit more about that too.
No, I do want to bring it back. I do want to bring it to domestically what you have heard so far, and you're going to hear a lot more about what Wyomingites want. I think you've heard already. We want like simple predictability in our daily life, in our government, and just simple stuff. But yeah, as far as the global reach, Wyoming isn't just on an island by itself, one of the 50 states. It's part of the U.S. The U.S. is part of a globe. Like everything's plugged into what's going on globally, and you'll be required to be up to date on the latest, internationally.
Yeah, I do want to kind of hit a few things, but first of all, I do want to send my condolences to the families killed in action and wounded in action. I think it's important for us to honor their legacy and to remember them. One of the things that Trump deserves an incredible amount of credit for is he has been very clear-eyed in his strategy. He has 4 tenets. He's explained them ad nauseum, and he's defined an end state. This is one thing that I think every service member, every veteran, I think looks to and says, this is good. Nobody wants to be sent into stupid, endless wars. Trump campaigned on this in 2016, again in 2024. But again, just to cover it for Iran real quick, no nukes, no missiles, no Navy, and we do not want a state sponsor of terrorism, the premier state sponsor of terrorism, having free reign across the globe. And that brings it home to Wyoming. I mean, we saw an open border for 4 years under President Biden. We have no idea who came in. They're unvetted. Many of these with ill intent, and of course some without. We have no idea who's in here. So these sleeper cells that people are talking about, it's not just this theoretical abstract idea. It's here. It's now. President Trump took assertive, dominant action, in my opinion, and I think the American people are going to be better for it. And as it pertains to more domestic, more Wyoming issues, you are right. I'm going to be going on a listening tour all next week, so I'll hit all 23 counties, and I'm looking forward to hearing what's on top of people's minds. But talking to people already, ranging from Hot Springs to Converse to Natrona County here at home, I've heard everything from concerns of housing to rural healthcare to veterans issues. What it comes down to at the end of the day, and to kind of reduce this to single phrase, is reducing the regulatory burden on Wyoming families. That's the mission. I'm clear-eyed about it, and I'm looking forward to working towards that end.
David Giralt joins us. He's announced his candidacy for U.S. House. It would be the seat of Representative Harry Hageman currently. How would you assess Representative Hageman? Are you satisfied with her report card on her, or is it not met, or she's leaving the seat?
I think it matters significantly. She's running for the U.S. Senate, and I think that Mrs. Hageman is going to leave behind her in the U.S. House an incredible legacy of legislation. To just look at one example, let's take the SPEED Act, SPEED Act. Congress has a knack for giving these little acronyms a bit of a jingle, but this is one thing that bolsters our energy and mining industry, where we're relieving regulatory burden and allowing the processes for approval to speed along through. I was trying not to use speed, but it's hard not to when the entire bill is named after that.
See how easy you fall into it?
Yeah, it's almost like there's a reason they do it.
Yeah.
But that's just one example that is going to leave a lasting legacy for Mrs. Hageman and for the state of Wyoming, our energy producers here. And just to kind of wrap that up, reducing regulatory burden and producing more energy and increasing jobs in the state of Wyoming, that sounds good. It sounds great. What it really means for Wyoming families is that provides opportunities for the next generation, the generation thereafter, to stay here because there's a predictable employment climate. And that breeds security, that breeds happy families, and that breeds a thriving and healthy Wyoming. So I think that's going to be Mrs. Hageman's legacy. I think we'll see her continue that in the U.S. Senate.
As far as for you, David, we're talking to David Giralt. I think the American voter and particularly the Wyoming voter is ready for freshness. I think people who have already held an office or are coming up through political ranks. I think there's a desire now to see fresh ideas, fresh faces, people who are not in the grind, and especially someone who has served, someone who you say that the reason you're running is to continue what you've been doing your whole life, defending freedom and serving your country. That's your intent in running for House. I like that. Sounds good.
And I'm very proud of my service. You know, obviously, you know, I was a little kid but remember 9/11, I remember on the playground at Fairdale Elementary here in Casper, and, you know, not really fully appreciating the gravity of it, but you remember kind of these images on TV, and, you know, my parents never grew up. I do not come from the political pedigree, if you will. We were never involved, but had this sort of, had these dinner conversations, just like families across the entire state have. And I knew that I wanted to be a part of that. I knew that I wanted to be a part of defending this state, this country. And I'm very proud of that. And, you know, this will be no surprise to you. I've never won elected office, not even a student council. You know, I've never been politically inclined. This moment, though, there's an open House seat. There's an opportunity. And I think and I too, like you're saying, hear that sort of desire from the Wyoming families. And I don't think I'm existing in an echo chamber. I think people are interested in a post 9/11 veteran, their perspective. I think that they're encouraged by the energy. And I too, I think that people like to see this sort of representation that someone who grew up here, who chose to serve, who's not climbing a political ladder, I think brings to the table. And I'll take that case to the voters, and we'll see what happens.
And by the way, a reminder to our listeners, you're not exactly a raw recruit. You've seen how the sausage is made. Policy advisor for Cynthia Lummis. You've been in there. You see it from the inside. He advised Cynthia Lummis on agriculture, trade, immigration, law enforcement, and national defense. David Giralt, we want to get involved, donate. We want to learn more. Where do we go? You have online presence?
Yes, please go to davidgiralt.com. I'm on all the social media things. So, you know, please go to Facebook at David Giralt for Wyoming, or Instagram, Giralt, 4 WY. Please connect. I'll be sending out some press releases here. Like I said, we're going on a 23 county statewide tour starting on Monday. So looking forward to that. I'll have my coffee ready, and looking forward to meeting a lot of new people. But again, go to davidgiralt.com and we'll have updates there.
Yeah. Read more in the Cowboy State Daily about the declaration for candidacy, U.S. House. David Giralt, Giralt, right? David Giralt.
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right, fantastic. Best of luck. When you're in Teton County, let me know. I'll bring my platinum card, and I'll treat you to a cup of coffee.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks. Cowboy State Daily Show, moving along on a Tuesday. We're coming right back.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
That pulsing music means I got to stop goofing around, surfing the internet and drinking coffee and go back to work. And here's what we're going to work on. Wyoming Freedom Caucus, their response to the budget getting hammered out, and we've heard the response directly from Representative John Baer, no longer chair of the Freedom Caucus, but was former chair. Certainly represents the cause, the Freedom Caucus. And we also had Senator Ogden Driskill on. And it's that is the art of the deal, honestly, when all three parties involved in the budget, the governor who submitted his proposed two-year budget, the Senate, who primarily agreed with it, and the House that whittled it down significantly. All three came together and walked away today after signing off on the budget yesterday. It comes in at shade under $10 billion, $9.99 billion. And all three parties come away saying, we win. I mean, that's compromise, right? In a positive, that's the glass half full compromise. They say the true definition of a successful compromise is when both parties walk away discouraged, feeling like they lost. What if all three parties walk away saying, yay for us? We proved our point. We held our ground. We win. Governor is saying, declaring it a win. The Senate's saying we got the House to move more towards our version of the budget. And the House saying we stood for you. We stood for restraint. Wyoming Freedom Caucus statement announced today, and I'm reading this presser from them, the governor proposed historic growth, and we forced restraint. He can spin it how he wants, but the Wyoming Freedom Caucus will celebrate the slowing growth of government, or slowing the growth of government. Different numbers floating around depending on how you do the math, but the House did make noise through the initial Appropriations Committee vote, the 9-3 vote. Serious slashes to the University of Wyoming budget and the elimination of the Business Council. That was what was on the table when we started this session on February 9th. When did we start? I think it was the 9th. Now we have worked out a budget, which was surprisingly fast. I thought there might be Might take a little longer, but both the conference is over. The budget is hammered out. And the House, depending on who you think won, we do see now the return of just about full funding to the University of Wyoming. There's some $10 million held up over the university's head until they can jump high enough to grab it by proving that they've analyzed everything. They've looked under every stone, and they've tried to find, or will be asked to find, $5 million in savings. Where are you overspending, University of Wyoming? Show $5 million in savings, we'll give you the $10 million in funding. So then regarding the Business Council, the elimination of probably the most contentious component of what that agency does, the Business Ready Communities program, eliminated. The Business Council will also have to work with $14 million budget for 1 year and then report back in 2027 about what it does. You heard Senator Ogden Driskill say some lawmakers are guilty of not really knowing what the Business Council is doing. The Business Council also guilty of not being forthcoming. So expect that relationship to get way more transparent. Josh Durrell, the Business Council, probably checking in regularly with lawmakers and saying, look, here's what we did last month. Here's what we did this last quarter. They're going to be on a short leash, apparently. Other things they got solved, I think employee compensation. State employees are going to be compensated with another pay raise this go around. I think we saw some of the numbers, and for me, highway patrol needs to be paid more, in my opinion, and other state employees. If you lose these employees to another state, to another job, another private sector or wherever, you got to train, you got to hire and train another one and another one and another one if they're not paid enough. And then the Wyoming's fight on the waterfront, Wyoming's fight to protect its water. And that's the Seedski D, by the way. The Green River and its flow into the Colorado and all the downstates. Big fight. And that's not the only fight over water. Wyoming protecting its water rights. That's a fight that happens with lawyers, attorneys, and paying them to fight on your behalf. It's like equipping your army. Do you want to give them muskets, or do you want to give them drones with missiles? Like, we need to have attorneys fight this fight. They got to be good ones, and that costs money. Here's the things that happened on this day in history. It is March 3rd. Holy cow, we're up to March 3rd already. We had quite a few things happen on this day in history, actually. Let's get to it. President Jefferson approved the act that created the territory of Louisiana and included much of Wyoming. 1805. On this day, President Jefferson approves the territory of Louisiana, and then immediately dispatches Lewis and Clark and the other dudes. 1837, U.S. recognizes the Republic of Texas. 1849, the Home Department, a predecessor to the Interior Department, was established by the federal government. This day, 1849. How did we ever do without the Department of Interior before 1849? I don't know. March 3rd, 1857, Congress authorizes the Postmaster General to seek bids for an overland stage route for the purpose of carrying mail from the Missouri River to San Francisco. 1863, the state parts of Wyoming included in the Idaho Territory, which was created by Congress on this day. 1870, a court impanels 6 women for a 6-juror jury for the first time in history. Oh, interesting. 1870. That's pretty progressive. A 6-woman jury on a 6-juror jury. All women, in other words. For the first time in history, that happened in 1870, ahead of its time. I don't know where that court was or what the case was or anything more about it, but that's interesting to learn how early in history, when you're still looking at emancipation efforts. 1871, Congress passes the Indian Appropriations Act, greatly altering the relationship between Indian tribes and the United States government. That 1871 treaty, that whole Indians Appropriation Act, significant in history, significant turning point in history regarding the U.S. government and Indian tribes. 1871, also this day, Congress establishes the civil service system. 1876, the first issue rolls off the press from the Cheyenne Daily Sun. This day, 1876, a nighttime raid with horses and cattle rustled from Crook's Powder River expedition. The cattle are recovered, but not the horses. That Crook's Powder River expedition, very interesting one. I read a diary about that. That was 1876. This day in 1879, Congress establishes the United States Geological Survey. Buffalo celebrates a birthday today. Buffalo, Wyoming was incorporated this day, 1884. Speaking of Buffalo, Buffalo Bill's Wild West show performed in Rome for Pope Leo on this day in 1890. March 3rd, 1909, an order was placed for the USS Wyoming. It was a BB-32, by the way. 1916, a spinsters convention is held in Gillette. I kid you not, 1916. 1917, the Cheyenne State leader for March 3rd reported 197 troops arrived back home in Wyoming, presumably from World War I, right? 1917. This day, 1938, ground broken on the Union Building at the University of Wyoming. March 3rd, 2016, the federal government proposes delisting the grizzly bear from the Endangered Species Act, and we all know where that has gone since. All these things happen on this day in history. Time to rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, just wrapping things up in Tucson, Arizona. 2 major rodeos ended over the weekend. One here at Tucson, Arizona's celebration of the cowboy, and San Antonio, Texas ended its 3-week run. We'll take a look at the results of San Antonio on the Rodeo Roadshow when we come back.
Breeding season is near, and it's time to invest in good genetics that will give your program performance and longevity. Hi, I'm Tyler Sitz from Sitz Angus, inviting you to our 24th annual Spring Bull Sale on March 11th at the ranch in Dillon, Montana. We'll be offering 312 yearling pap and fertility tested bulls and 300 commercial open replacement females. For years, our family has worked hard to bring you profitable, proven genetics. Show up sale day or bid online at liveag.com or Northern Livestock Video. Go to sitsangus.com today for more details.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
The results of the huge San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. In the bareback riding, Wacy Shala from Oklahoma, the young 20-year-old who went to the NFR in both the bareback riding and the bull riding, wins San Antonio. J.D. Struxness, former champion of the world, wins the steer wrestling. He's a Minnesota steer wrestler. In the team roping, Lightning Aguilera from Texas. Wyatt Cox, his healing partner, from California win the team roping. Saddle bronc riding, Stetson Wright was phenomenal in San Antonio for 3 weeks. And in the breakaway roping, J.C. Hammonds wins the breakaway. Tie-down roper John Douch from Texas, the winner. Barrel racer Anita Ellis from Idaho. What a story. She fell right before the National Finals rodeo and had a traumatic brain injury. Couldn't compete at the NFR in 2025. Her first rodeo back. She wins one of the biggest in the country. Anita Ellis from Blackfoot, Idaho wins the barrel racing event. And speaking of Idaho, bull rider Tristan Hutchings from Monteview, Idaho wins the bull riding event at San Antonio. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Well, thank you, Will, for all the latest that is rodeo on the Western Ag Network. That's going to do it for this hour, halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. More to come. Mike Smith is going to be here from University of Wyoming. Cowboy Kevin Meyer and Andrew Vitale to talk girls basketball. We'll do that all next hour, so stick around.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Despite compromises from all sides, Governor Gordon, Senate leaders, and House leaders are all claiming victory as the Wyoming legislature passed a $9.9 billion two-year budget on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the budget falls $143 million under Governor Mark Gordon's recommendation.
The governor called it a win for Wyoming. The $10 billion budget, about $143 million shy of his recommendation. Wyoming Public Media remains funded, Wyoming Public Television. And so he was casting as a win. So too was Senator Ogden Driskill in the state Senate. Said, yeah, good job holding the Senate's position. Whereas House Appropriations Chair John Baer was like, yeah, but we still shaved $143 million from the governor's recommendation. So it's a win for us too. University of Wyoming gets their $40 million block grant from the state with a twist. So they have till December 1st to chart out a roadmap showing how they might save $5 million. And the final $10 million of that 40 would be released to them after that point. So yeah, $30 million right out the gate. The last $10 million of that 40 you can have once you show us a roadmap to savings.
The state Senate voted 28-3 in favor of a compromise draft between its budget negotiators and those from the House of Representatives, while the House voted 59-1 in favor of that same compromise. The 70-year-old Fort Diablo restaurant in Glen Rock was gutted by fire on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the owner, who says he's not sure if he can rebuild the historic restaurant.
It's a total loss, the fire chief said, even though it didn't burn totally to the ground. Just everything has smoke damage, there's heat damage, and it's just gone. It happened during Sunday's breakfast service. They noticed it, everybody got out. They don't know what caused it. They're still investigating it. The owner, he suspects it might be one of the old pieces of neon that may have sparked the fire, but he's not sure.
Owner Kevin Tate tells Cowboy State Daily that Fort Diablo, known to locals simply as the Fort, has been the go-to place for date nights, family dinners, celebrations, and lunches since the 1950s. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A vocal minority in the Wyoming Senate tried and failed Monday to resurrect a housing bill linked to the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senate President Bo Beitman says the bill was tainted.
Senate President Bo Beitman said, sure, I will make a movement to suspend the rules to resurrect this, but I'm not voting for that because this bill is tainted. The reason he said that is because it's at the heart of now 2 bribery investigations.
There was no rule against the act itself at the time, though the House, Senate, and governor have all responded by banning the exchange of campaign contributions in the Capitol. Representative Chris Knapp's effort to repeal Wyoming's carbon capture mandate failed on Monday as it was the final day for bills to advance out of committee. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the bill's death extends the debate over whether carbon capture helps or hurts Wyoming's coal industry.
Chris Knapp, a Republican from Gillette, he says it's a yoke around the coal industry. And given all of the enthusiastic moves that the Trump administration has done, that this legislature has done, let's get rid of this last yoke. Let's get rid of this requirement on carbon capture. It's been the subject of vigorous debate, but it has moved through the legislature this year.
House Bill 56, which would have repealed the reliable and dispatchable low-carbon energy standards created by House Bill 200 in 2020, died after the hearing ran out of time. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We welcome in Mike Smith, VP for Government Affairs and Community Outreach at UW. You need a new title just so I can say it. But you don't need a new tie. First things first, Mike. Chad Baldwin promised me he'd get me one of those ties. I love those.
Well, we'll do that. We'll help him out. We'll get you that one. We'll get you one of these UW brand pins as well. I'm wearing that in honor of our rodeo team is having their annual fundraiser Saturday to sell out over in Laramie at the Gateway. So go Pokes.
Go Pokes. Mike, so let's talk about what is now yesterday. We tied a bow on that budget, got in just under $10 billion. Everybody claiming victory, which is good news. That's the art of compromise right there when everybody think they won. But how did the university do? And from what I understand, the block grant is now back reinstituted, and there is $10 million being held up. If the university can prove in earnest it's looking for $5 million in savings. Is that fair? Do you walk away saying, okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to describe it. I think we kind of started, we ended where we started, right? We restored the cut of $40 million. There is the twist, as I think I heard you call it earlier in the program, of looking at efficiencies, looking at programs, looking at low enrollment programs, looking at several things throughout the university and arriving at or finding $5 million in efficiencies or savings. And that's not to cut necessarily. Just identifying it and submitting that report would release that 10 million come a year from now in March. And we've done that study not that long ago, at least the real meat of it. So I'm confident we'll be able to take a good hard look internally and comply with that provision.
We ended where we started, like you said. If the intent of the Freedom Caucus, of the House majority, whoever we want to call the folks that were holding up the money, was to get you to the table or get your attention, that appears to have worked. Now, were you reluctant to come to the table? Because I think the whole looking at the university's DEI, that stuff, that began last year. You've been doing that for a year now, at least.
Yeah, actually a couple of years ago. So I think there's a misperception sometimes that you have to jump up and down to get people's attention. We're the state's university. The legislature and our elected leaders have our attention from the get-go, and we see it as a primary mission to try to ensure we're Wyoming's university, and they represent the voters and the citizens of this state. So we have a long track record of working very closely with folks and trying to address concerns that they have. And of course, there are going to be points that our board of trustees can agree with, I suppose, in the political realm, and those get sorted out. But yeah, you don't have to do anything drastic like cutting a block grant to get folks' attention.
I'm sure President Seidel was at the so-called table. I wonder what was your involvement, Mike, because I'm reading your credentials, Vice President for Government Affairs and Community Outreach. You grew up in Laramie, so you're like absorbed. that campus, it's in your DNA. Your father worked for UW. You got your bachelor's degree from UW in '91. You went to work in the machine for U.S. Senator Craig Thomas, so you've seen how politics go. And then you went back to UW to pick up a master's and go to law school. So, I mean, you're the guy who we want at the table when we have these kinds of discussions, are you not?
Well, I appreciate that. I hope so. I love it. It's been like you said, a lifelong connection I've had with the university. My dad was a staff person for 25 years at UW. His job was to get people jobs on campus, the work-study office. So, I bleed brown and gold. It's something I've always loved. I spent about 14 years in the oil and gas business, which I also loved a great deal. But when the chance came to come back to UW, I jumped at it. And, it's one of those things, having a client, so to speak, working for a place that engenders passion in folks, even when people are questioning something or wish you'd do something a little different, it comes most of the time from a place of passion and caring. And that's a great place to start any discussion.
As far, what do you think this has done for the university image? Has it tarnished it at all, in state, out of state? The university still is a great bet for kids looking for higher learning. It still continues to rank, in the top 100 lists, whatever.
Right.
How does this play for UW?
Well, I think the way it ended up plays very well. And, it was a little sketchy there for a minute. And we're in the midst of a presidential search, as you know, to replace President Seidel. And so I think there was some potential to do some real damage there. When he started 6 years ago, it was on the heels of a huge statewide cut, not directed in any way at the university, but all state agencies. And that was his kind of first job to come in. And second was to deal with COVID. So it would not have been a good look, I suppose, to have the second president in a row start off by having to address cuts, and in this case, unjustified ones. So, I think where we ended up, I think my big takeaway, Jake, is that if we wanted to get somebody's attention, we did. They're called the people of Wyoming. And I feel like they rose up and said, hey, this is not where we want to go. That's not the direction we want to take. And we wouldn't have ended up this journey where we started had that not been the case.
Let me ask about the direction we're taking at the University of Wyoming. Let's try, if we can, and we're talking to Mike Smith, VP Government Affairs Community Outreach at UW. Let's remove politics. Let's remove Trump, D.C., everything that happened over the last year, everything that happened over the last 5 years. There's no DEI stuff. There's no, boys playing women's volleyball. None of that. No, nobody cares what bathroom you're going to. Where was the University of Wyoming headed with its curriculum if no outside influences, if nobody's holding purse strings? Was the University of Wyoming becoming a UC Berkeley or no?
No, I just look, I've been back on campus 3.5, going on 4 years. And I tell everybody, including legislators that raise those concerns, I say, come visit. Yeah. Come monitor a class. Come walk around campus with me. And what you'll see is what you see in every community around this great state, right? You've got the whole range. You've got the whole gamut. And from if you were measuring or looking at somebody judging, you'd say far left to far right. We've got it all. But for the most part, you've got kids with their King Ropes hats on backwards and cowboy boots on their way to class, hardworking, great Wyoming kids. The vast majority of our students are Wyoming kids. So we were focused and always will be on ag, on engineering, on business, on the arts and humanity, the basic things that you think about when you think of a university, college of education, trying to get teachers trained. So it's, and I'm leaving somebody out who I'm going to get a nasty gram about later, right? But it's, that's what we're focused on. That's where our curriculum was. That's where we're headed. This other stuff is just a tiny piece of what has and always will be a part of, but it's an important piece too.
There's a long list of UW alums that you hear that, I'm continually surprised to hear like, oh, wow, that person graduated from the university. And then even today, Chad introduces me to students that are doing incredible things, whether it's the engineering school, the ag, everything coming out of UW. It's the reason why I'm rocking the 68 plate from the college. And I didn't go there. I missed my shot, man, but I wish I did.
Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad you've got that plate. Yeah, I'm 550, so you're doing way better than me.
Oh, I got in early. Like as soon as I heard that the university was issuing a plate, I'm like, I want one. Get mine now over here.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Yeah. Now I just need a tie, and I got the whole set.
Well, thanks for everything you do to highlight some of that work, Jake. We really appreciate it and hope to get a chance to talk soon.
Hey, end result is no matter like whatever the fallout is, all of us are proud of our university. It's our only 4-year university, and we all bleed brown and gold. We love the Pokes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on. Let's see. Kevin Meyer's coming up next. I got to get a quick break in here. Kevin and I will talk about all things Cowboy right after these words.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Kevin Myers here, our resident cowboy from Douglas, making horse sense of the world. I'm glad you're here, Kevin, because you can share this bit of breaking news with me right now. This just in regarding Iran and the Middle East, which you know a Douglas cowboy's keeping a close eye on. So important. Lane Kiffin has just announced he's leaving LSU to become the next Ayatollah of Iran. He was only in Baton Rouge for 3 months, and he's already seen a better opportunity.
Yeah, it was a nice quiet weekend in the news, wasn't it, Jake?
Wow. I didn't see that coming. You know what I was surprised about? Let me ask you if you were surprised. I mean, nowadays, and we saw it with Iraq and Afghanistan, you see war happen on the TV. I guess Vietnam was the first time we saw war happen on the TV. Like, wow, that's war. And I was surprised by all the tech we have today with these whole drone bombs and the way we're able to do stuff. Yet still, I watched like our warships trying to shoot down this drone that was probably as big as a border collie, and they were like launching 1,000 tracers or rockets or missiles, like, and they were all of them were missing, and then finally one hit this stupid drone, you know. And I'm thinking, man, the taxpayer money. There goes a $500 million bomb, another one. Like, that's the best
it's
we
a little bit like it's a little bit like swatting mosquitoes with a shotgun.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
When you watch that, it's reminded of the old joke of the dad standing out looking at his electrical gauge, and it's going around like a fan, and he's yelling in the house, "Shut something off! Turn something off!"
I mean,
because you're just seeing little dollar signs shooting out of those ships.
That's what I was saying. Plus, like, I just thought we were more advanced. I thought we had like heat-seeking stuff, and yet it looked so old school. It looked like 5,000 things were launching, and just dudes shooting, like aiming. I thought machines did all this stuff. Like a drone was coming in at one of our warships, trying to, shoot bombs at it, and our ability to anti-aircraft it was dudes, I could see them on, it was like World War II, throwing like a million bullets at it. Like, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, well, you and I are the same in that we're the guys that think that our home computers should work just like the computers on movies, where everything just happens instantly and they never have to take a minute for something to happen. But I found out something real interesting, going around. There's all these videos of jet fighters and missiles and stuff. Oh, you have to be careful because a lot of those clips that you see are actually clips from video games. They're not actual video from what's actually happening.
Yeah, and I have seen some real fakey stuff, which is bad. Like, I saw 2 videos of supposed fighter pilots that had ejected when Kuwait accidentally shot them down. Kuwait was, I can't imagine how you coordinate an effort between all these like, how do you tell Kuwait, like, that's our guys, we're going to get the bad guys, don't shoot us. And one of them landed and was approached by, some Arab looking person. And I saw 2 different versions of that, and one looked really fake. One is, I don't know if it's fake. It's by I-24 News, whatever that is. It's so weird. People have to fake stuff.
Well, and to that point as well, like I-24 News, now coming across the interweb, there's just a million different quote unquote news organizations, and I imagine some of them are just some guy in a t-shirt in his mom's basement who just sits at his laptop all day. But yeah, this is really interesting. But the Kuwaitis shooting down the jets, imagine that phone call between the higher ups in Kuwait. America. Yeah, you know how much we really appreciated that first Gulf War thing, right? Really indebted to you. Thank you a lot. But no, I just wanted to call and say thanks. And and by the way, those 3 airplanes that you were flying over our airspace as allies. Yeah, you know what? I think some of that you can just buff out, I think you can polish some of that damage out.
Yeah, let's go back to school. The colors of the United States, red, white, and blue. The flag looks like this. Don't shoot at this. Here is the video I'm talking about from I-20. I'm sharing this. I-24 News, whatever that is. U.S. pilot offered help by locals in Kuwait after her jet was accidentally shot down. This appears to be legit, and it comes with no audio, so I don't know what she's saying. Female pilot, nothing wrong with that. Women are probably got better eye-hand coordination anyway, shooting stuff down. But I don't know. Is that real? Is that not real? Who knows in the aftermath of all this stuff?
Well, I tell you what, I think I'll ponder on if it's real or not real when I go saddle up a horse here later with my plastic saddle and I trot on down to town and go through the McDonald's drive-through.
Yeah, 2 news stories I did want to get to. What's the deal with Roy Rogers preferred plastic saddles made in Lusk? What?
Well, and this is a story that I had heard because there is one of those plastic saddles from Lusk at Lou Taubert Outfitters in Casper. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's up on the wall.
Is it all the way on the top floor?
No, it's actually right above where all the hats are. They have kind of a shelf up there.
I never even noticed it.
Yeah, and this is the story I've heard, and this just might be, the story's been passed down, but part of the reason they started making saddles and other horse tack out of plastic was during World War II, it was really hard to get leather.
That sounds right.
Because all of the leather was really going towards making boots and belts and other things for the war effort. And plastic was a little bit easier to get at that time, ironically, because it wasn't used in a lot of products at that time. And, they're really cool to look at. Obviously, I've never sat on one, but I've been able to touch them and whatnot. And I just can't even imagine how horrible one of those would be to ride.
I can't either. I've never sat one, but why could you even guess? If I just say, Kevin, why would somebody prefer a plastic saddle?
I think it was a fashion over function deal because it would be really hard in Wyoming to find the exact right temperature that you could ride that thing.
I never thought of that, man. Hot? Yeah, leave your horse tied at the hitch rail on a 90-degree day in Douglas with the sun out.
I think you're going to have about a week in the spring and about a week in the fall where you're going to be able to ride that thing because in the wintertime, can you imagine going saddling up?
No.
Go check on your cows when it's about 20 below?
No,
it's bad enough to get into your car seat when it's 20 below.
You swing a leg over your saddle and settle in, and it probably cracks in like 100 places. It just shatters. Yeah.
And then you get just a little dusting of snow on that thing and you swing up into that saddle. You're just going to go ahead and slide on over to the other side and not be able to make it in the middle.
You better ride like a Navajo, man. I don't know how you're going to stay on that. That's interesting story. The plastic saddle. Roy Rogers preferred the plastic saddle. You know, it reminds me, though, actually, about saddle and the difference between your traditional Western saddle, especially if you're going to do work, work a horse under saddle. You're probably dealing with a saddle that's pretty heavy, like we're talking 50-ish pounds if you're going to do any kind of roping. And then your typical English saddle or even some Australian saddles, which puts you in more contact with a horse, is what's lost when the more leather you add, the more you add to a saddle. Are you losing touch with that horse?
And that's a big argument that people have. I honestly really don't believe that because the horse adjusts to whatever feel that they get used to. What to me the biggest difference is the amount of weight that you have on that saddle, the amount of leather you have on it is going to affect how much that horse's back sweats, how much that horse's back will atrophy. Because when you ride a horse, they're going to lose weight across their back. And I don't care, just the mere fact that you're sitting on it, if you ride it bareback, they're going to atrophy just from your weight on the back. So I think it has a lot more to do with heat and just pure weight than it does the actual feel of the horse, because the horse gets used to whatever style riding you're doing and however, if you ride with your legs more than your reins, and that's a big topic that has a lot of minutia to it. But I think the horse is smart enough that it adjusts.
Yeah. And good horsemen are trying to work a horse to the point, and some can be trained up to this point. Some have a lot of inherent ability in this area, but those good horses, what the horseman is looking for is a horse that can respond to the slightest feel, clench your right butt cheek through this thick of leather, and they feel that and they know your intent. And then even beyond that, think about clenching your right butt cheek and the horse responds to that. Then you got a winner.
And anybody who has ever given a squirmy little kid a ride on his shoulders at the parade, you feel everything. Yeah, to your point there, a horse is going to feel if you sit a little bit harder on your left side, lean over your shoulder to the right. They're going to feel all of that. And I always try to give everyone analogies of what is it going to feel like for you. And the squirmy little kid at the parade, any dad or uncle who has ever let a kid ride on his shoulders for any length of time will tell you feel everything.
Yeah, and the horse feels all that, and all props to the horse that also ignores all those cues when a squirmy kid is on them. Like, you probably didn't mean to do that.
I'll just pay attention to the ones I think you mean.
Regarding Teamsters, What other radio show podcast has had two Teamsters on within the week? Maybe yours, Kevin, but yeah, we had the dude that was running the 16 up. 16 mules pulling I can't imagine. How do you coordinate the effort of 16 animals?
Well, I honestly don't know because I've never driven that many. I've driven plenty of 4-ups, but the 16 is just amazing. And you see those old pictures of the old minor carts where they had, you know, 100 mule team and whatnot. But those were also done with outriders. The lead horses and the mid horses, they would have outriders that would help them. But yeah, it is just amazing to me because every animal that you add to a team, you are exponentially adding risk of catastrophic disaster in my mind. And somehow those really good teamsters pull it off.
Yeah, because you're talking about a herd animal, and same with when you see a group of deer and somebody makes one noise. It's not it's not the thing that scares the deer, is the other animals around them. It only takes one to get a bad notion, and then they all got it. Yeah, I don't know how Teamsters do it, and I don't know if I would pull my two horse team into a McDonald's drive-through. That's impressive.
Yeah, and the only thing I can think is the manager of that McDonald's is not originally from Wyoming.
Probably.
Because I can't think of any small town weekend rodeo celebration that I haven't seen some horse standing at the drive-through window of the liquor store at some point. And I don't even know who this guy is, but there's a guy here in Douglas. And I don't know if he listens to this show or not. If you do, I apologize that I don't know your name. During the summer, he rides a mule into town, and you'll go to Safeway, and that mule is tied to a light pole out, and he's in doing his grocery shopping, and he comes out, puts it in his saddlebags. You'll see that mule tied to dumpsters in the alleyway outside random stores. He just rides his mule to town and does his shopping, and everyone just waves at him, looks out for him. It's not a big deal in places like Wyoming to see that happen, but I imagine if you've never seen it, you might think that's a bit odd. But for a lot of us around here, that's just Tuesday.
Yeah. No, there's nothing more in Wyoming than that. Alan Hatch brings his team of Cole and Onyx through the McDonald's drive-thru in Powell, Wyoming, which is very ordinary. And a manager took a little bit of exception and originally banned him. I don't know what the fear is. Perhaps the fear that the horses may catch whiff of kin when they're standing. What is the big deal, man? But McDonald's corporate did make it right. Okay, right. You know, not far from you is Glen Rock, right? Yeah, the fort burned. Have you eaten there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Many times. I loved Fort Diablo. That was a great place to go eat, and it had a great kind of throwback vibe. It was a true kind of steakhouse, and you could always go in there and see some locals and catch up with people that you hadn't seen for a while. And great food. It was just an awesome place. And a lot of the high school kids from Glen Rock, that's where they got their first job, bussing tables and waiting tables. And so, yeah, that's a pretty iconic little piece of that community that's gone. I was shocked when I saw that had happened.
That's terrible. Yeah, and I've never been there. It's right across the way from the football stadium. What is Glen Rock? The Glen Rock what? What are they?
Let's see. They're the doggies.
Yeah.
No, the herders. They're the herders.
Herders. All right.
The herders. Yep.
Yeah, that was sad to hear. I hope we get something back in its place that kind of reminds us or looks like Fort Diablo, but the burning of that, we heard it in the Cowboy State Daily. I want to talk a little bit about, let's see, for instance, when's the last time you read the Girl Scouts of America's official guide and handbook of 1925? Have you picked that up lately?
I'm gonna tell you that it has been a few days since I picked that up. Now, I mean, obviously it was required reading, at the college that I went to. No, not really. What I've never picked this up, but I'm guessing there's an interesting punchline to this question.
Yeah, you don't want to let it gather dust on the nightstand for too often. I think thumbing through this regularly is advantageous, whether you're a girl or not, a Girl Scout or not. I'm noticing Section 6, point B, Section 6B, all Girl Scouts. A Girl Scout is a friend to animals. And remember, this was written in 1925. All Girl Scouts take particular care of our dumb friends, the animals, and are always eager to protect them from stupid neglect or hard usage. I love that, man.
That's really ironic considering how animals were being used, especially beasts of burden in 1921.
Yes. Had they any idea that we were calling them dumb animals, Ford, for instance, would have done way better business in 1925 because the horses would have refused to cooperate, I would imagine. Have you watched any preseason baseball games yet or seen any highlights or anything?
No, mainly because I won't start watching baseball till the 7th game or the deciding game of the World Series.
Really? What? Are you American?
That season's just too long for me, Jake. It's too long, too many games. Any sport where it's a lot of sitting and spitting sunflower seeds, and I know it's America's pastime, or it used to be, but it never enthralled me to the point. Now, I can remember when I was a kid listening to games on the radio, which I enjoyed listening to games on the radio. But yeah, there's just too many games. And now with all the media that we have, going back to the war thing, they cover every at-bat in the preseason and pick it apart meticulously. And I just think that's great for somebody who has that job. That way they don't have to go get a real job. Yeah. But man, I tell you what, that you have to really love baseball to follow it deciduously from the first when pitchers and catchers report.
Yeah, it's a long season and a long game, and it moves too slow for a lot of people. But I love it. I love baseball. It's baked into my DNA. But I'm just noticing one thing, and I want to go on record with it, and I figured I'd do it with you. So just note this time in history. Everybody click record now on this section, because I'm going to tell you what is going to become part of the American vernacular in 2026. It's going to be the head tap. People will do this when they disagree with something they see, or if you say something like, that Trump, he's such an idiot. People, because I see guys, I mean, if you haven't watched the game, that means you disagree with a ball or strike call, which is, it's so ridiculous in baseball. If a computer knows whether it was a ball or strike, just have the computer do the job. Why do we need an ump constantly getting upstaged and embarrassed by the tapping? The pitcher can tap, the catcher can tap, and the batter can tap if they didn't like that last pitch. And you talk about a game that already drags on too long. Everybody's tapping their head in defiance of that last call. Watch it become part of just the regular course of business this year when people start watching baseball, and they'll be like,
I hadn't thought about that, Jake, but the next time I get into an argument with the missus, I'm going to try that.
Yes.
I'm going to see if we can reset things by me tapping.
Right. See how that goes for you. I'm telling you, that's going to become something this year. When you hear something you don't like, see something you don't like, do you have any idea how fast you were going? Do you know why I pulled you over? We had you at 75 and a 70. No way.
People are going to be patting bald spots on top of their head trying to get out of tickets.
People are going to be patting themselves a migraine, probably. Thanks, Kevin, for being on. Appreciate it.
See you, bud.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll take a break, get Andrew Vitelli in here. We're going to talk basketball, from baseball to basketball.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, and we get in Andrew Vitale, co-head coach of the Jackson Lady Broncs basketball team. What's the vision there, Coach Vitale? Next year, it'll be just you. I know you share the duties with Coach Olivia Bingham. And we're going to talk all things women's sports, basketball, Jackson, but I want to keep it kind of general for people that aren't from Jackson, or people who may be in Star Valley or anywhere else that wants to beat Jackson.
Absolutely, Jake. Thanks for having me on this morning. It's been an awesome experience this year coaching with Olivia. She's been awesome in terms of our administration and a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and being a support to me, being in between the lines and really working with the girls. And she's awesome with the girls as well. And we're really excited to compete in the next few days.
The Jackson Lady Broncs basketball team is in the 4A conference, by the way, headed to regionals this weekend in Evanston. This is a team that, full disclosure and background, that I cover for Jackson Hole Radio, play-by-play announcing, and have for some years. And this is the team that I wrote a piece about, that a big thanks to the Cowboy State Daily. I was a rookie reporter. I had been, working for Cowboy State Daily like a month. And I said, I have this thing that I've written that I want to do as a column, as a personal piece. And the editor said, well, you just got here, kid. We don't do that. Well, only our most seasoned reporters do we allow to have an opinion piece. But they read it and they said, you know what, this is pretty cool. And they put it out there. And that thing continues to get response. I just had somebody email me from Kentucky or some high school where they show it to their girls. And it's really about a program that had gone 79 game losing streak. There's some kids who played in that program through varsity, 3 years of varsity, and never knew a win. And then now we've seen the fruits of those tough times. Things turned around in this organization. It's not all about winning. But there was a long drought there, Coach Vitale. What is the general sense now in the program? Got it heading in the right direction? Is there real positivity around basketball in Jackson for the girls?
Yeah, absolutely. I think having gotten that win last year at the end of the season was very important to break that streak. And now there's a sense of belief within the girls that we can compete. And if you look at our scores this year and our just any of our film and any of our games, you'll see our ability to compete in our conference and out of conference has definitely taken a step forward. We've gotten 3 wins this year, which have been great. We also feel like we've let a couple slip by that we thought we could definitely pull out. But we have been competitive in almost all of our games this year, and that's given our girls a sense of belief that we belong in this conference. And for years to come, we're not just going to be a team that you can circle as a win on your schedule and that you're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, and big thanks for being recognized. There's my Jackson 22 behind me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me ask about what's particular about coaching young ladies. You're the father of 2 girls, no stranger to the teenager eye roll and the general drama associated with young ladies of culture, refinement, and TikTok world. What are the challenges of coaching up girls? You've coached boys and girls. In general, I think, and I don't know, I haven't done it, girls are more distracted by life. Boys can focus on the task at hand. I don't know. What's the challenge with coaching up girls?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. 20 years of coaching boys back home in Connecticut at a pretty high level in the Connecticut, New England prep school area. And then coming to Jackson and starting the middle school girls program at the Classical Academy and then moving on over here. It was definitely a challenge for me, mentality wise and humility in a good way and really humbling myself. It's just connecting with the girls, I think, in a different level, and ultimately as a coach, trying to build those relationships, whether they're boys or girls, and just doing it in a different way. But you know what? If you come to one of our practices, you'll see our girls are just as focused as any boys team that I've ever coached. And they want to get better, and they want to get better individually and as a team. And so it's just kind of the way that you build those relationships is different for the girls than it is for the boys.
Yeah, and what is the end goal of a basketball coach? Is it, state title? Is it teaching the proper pick and roll? Or is it preparing kids to be human beings after graduation? I don't know. All of the above?
Yeah, I think it depends on the team. At when we were starting that program at Classical, it was dribbling and catching and passing and shooting and form shooting. And, at this level, you always, as a coach, want to be playing your best basketball at the end of the season. And so that was our goal from that first game that we played against Cody, which wasn't our best effort. I think we lost by about 55. We went in that locker room and said, this game's not going to define us. What's going to define us is how we're playing at the end of the year. And we know, going from a 70-something game losing streak to a state title takes a lot of time. That doesn't happen overnight. But ultimately, we want to be playing our best basketball at the end of the season, which we're at now. And we think we're pretty close. We think we're close to achieving that. And we're going to find out this weekend. And, where that takes us, who knows? But as a coach, playing our best at the end and getting the most out of our girls is the most important in my eyes.
when you're building an organization, when you're doing, coaching basketball, it is bigger than that. It's building a culture of winning, a culture of a sport. Like you look at a Star Valley, a Cody, and whether it's football or basketball, they have been at it a while, and there's a feeder program. It's not just, the kid hits high school and all of a sudden you put a basketball in their hands. They have to have played this sport at a younger level, and you have to develop it. Jackson does this with soccer to a great degree. Are we doing it with basketball?
Yeah, good news is I have been the executive director for youth basketball for a couple of years now, getting to my second year. So the push is on. Youth basketball in this valley goes through its peaks and valleys, we're always fighting to get kids to want to play basketball. I mean, we live in a valley where people want to be outside, 24/7, 365 days a year. No one really wants to be inside. So getting kids in the gym early, especially on the girls' side, our girls' numbers for youth basketball, for our Junior Bronx program, and for our travel teams have been increasing every year since COVID, which is important. And then it's our job to keep them in the gym and keep them wanting to play. And it starts with our families. When we have motivated families that want to get our kids playing and coaching and volunteering, that's huge. And if you look at our travel programs in youth basketball, it starts with a lot of basketball families. So keeping them involved and keeping them in the program will increase our numbers and hopefully lead to some more success both in the boys and the girls.
We hear that a lot. I hear that a lot. And in Jackson, in particular, there's so many tugs at the average kid, like to go skiing, to go do all these outdoor activities, to join other sports. It's hard to get somebody, on a basketball team, or are they going to ski? Are they going to do all these other things? That is a challenge in Jackson that's kind of unique. Let's change topics. Any school now? You're just now finishing up the first season with the Jackson Lady Bronx. Any other organizations, other coaches, especially longstanding coaches that you admire? Anything you look around and you say, boy, that guy's doing it right. She's doing it great.
Well, the first person that I always admire, as a coach was my father. He was my high school coach. He's kind of how, when I first got into coaching, I coached with him at my previous school. So I learned a lot about him. As a high school basketball coach, you don't get to watch a lot of other basketball.
Yeah.
I found myself watching a lot of West Coast stuff. And one guy that I really admire is Mark Few. He's a guy that really goes about his business in a really professional way on the court. And he's done it with a program that, hadn't gotten the funding like a lot of schools up in Gonzaga. I know they've never gotten over the hump, but the consistency that he's been able to do with his program and having them in the NCAA tournament year after year after year in a league that really only got one bid for a long time, and just the stuff that they run and the intensity that they play with, I really admire.
So let's get down to brass tacks. We got a Thursday basketball game, round one of regionals in Evanston. You're going to be hitting the road. Practice today and tomorrow, I'm sure. What are you working on? You're going to face Green River 3:30 on Thursday. I wish I could be there. I'm not going to be able to. That should be a fun game. Green River's really, really good. What are you working on?
Yeah, they are. They gave us some fits when we went down there last time, and you know what? We played them really hard in that first quarter, and battled strong, and then we hit the turnover bug in the second quarter. But we had a pretty good practice yesterday. Hoping to get a little bit better again today. For us, ultimately, it's how we handle the pressure in the backcourt. So. We're really working on, some different options with our press breaker. And, it's hard when you get to the end of the season. It's that balance of how hard you want to go into practice and push these girls as we've got 2 and hopefully 3 games ahead of us in 3 days. So, it's kind of refining some things offensively, talking about what we want to do defensively, and, fixing some things here and there, and ultimately finding a way to get an edge come Thursday.
What do high school coaches do, by the way, as far as trying to help kids tune out outside distractions? Everybody's on the road with the exception of the host team. You're all on the road. You're eating out at restaurants. You're staying in hotels. You're trying to concentrate on basketball. Is there any effort to, I don't know, you impose curfews, or what do you do? Or do you just let kids be kids and, hey, show up at the court at 3:00 when you need to play ball?
No, there's definitely structure there. Coach Olivia and I will look at the schedule and talk about our timing. The other good thing is that we're there to support the boys as well. So, a lot of what we'll do they're playing before us. So obviously we'll go there and watch the boys and then get ready for our game. And then Evanston and Natrona play after us. So we're going to watch that game after us to see who we're going to play, depending on how we do. So there is definitely structure there. And it's a great time for us to get together, get to some meals with one another, have a little hotel time. But no, they're not running amok. We've got some structure there to make sure that they're focused and ready to go.
Well, for every parent of a teenage girl, imagine that times 15, 16, whatever, trying to herd cats and get them to all in one direction, pulling on the rope in the same direction and winning a basketball game. Yeah. Hats off to you. Coach Andrew Vitale, he coaches up the Jackson Lady Broncs, who have gone from winless to, hey, watch out. I don't know if you want to play this team in the first round. Thanks for being on.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along here on a Tuesday. And for all coaches in high school and for the officials and everybody who helps us do high school sports, man, you have no idea what that does to round out a kid and enrich a student. And good luck to everybody in the regionals in Evanston coming up this weekend. We got to bounce out of here for news. Let's do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. If lawmakers in West Virginia are successful in legalizing fully automatic firearms, Wyoming could follow suit. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that some experts are saying they could see Wyoming and Montana adopting similar laws.
They're working on a bill in their legislature that would basically create a new department within their state police department. There'd be a new sub-department through which the state could issue machine guns or fully automatic weapons. The way they're doing this workaround is that the state is issuing you the firearm. You're not going out and buying it yourself.
The West Virginia bill was authored by Gun Owners of America. Johnson County resident Mark Jones, a GOA national director, tells Cowboy State Daily that similar legislation is doable in Wyoming and might be introduced in the 2027 session. Bills making child stalking and grooming standalone felony crimes are headed for the governor's desk. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the legislation came from a high-profile case out of Glen Rock.
The first bill, HB 8, originates, kind of the impetus for that was a very nefarious stalking case out of Glen Rock in which a 41-year-old woman, Marcy Smith, stalked 2 teens. The other bill adds legislation where there was none before. Prior to this bill, there was no legal recourse for law enforcement to intervene during the grooming process. This now puts a mechanism in place where they can actually charge grooming as a crime.
Both bills easily passed their final hurdle on Friday and are heading to Governor Mark Gordon's desk to be signed into law. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 53-year-old Jackson man who drove his SUV about a mile up the Gross Venture River is scheduled to plead guilty to his 5th DUI in 10 years on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Christopher David Eichhoff almost hit a fisherman before getting his vehicle stuck in the middle of the river.
The retention, this guy's driving his white Chevy Tahoe into the river, driving up the river. The fisherman says he almost ran over him. So he called, reported it. When deputies got there, he was gone. He was up the river about another mile or so, and they hiked up and found him. The report is he failed a series of sobriety tests, even though he claimed that he wasn't drinking any alcohol.
Eichhoff will plead guilty to driving while under the influence in a deal with prosecutors in exchange for the dismissal of a charge of possession of a controlled substance. After a Pal McDonald's made international headlines last week for banning a farmer who used a drive-thru with a team of horses, the man says the franchise apologized and reversed its ban. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that team driver Alan Hatch says the support across the state has been staggering.
Several international publications picked up what Hatch was doing and found it interesting enough to make a story out of it. And a lot of Wyoming businesses have reached out to say, we're horse and wagon friendly, so you're encouraged to bring your horses and your wagon downtown to us.
Hatch tells Cowboy State Daily he was contacted by a representative of Yellowstone McDonald's and received a personal private apology and was told he and his horses are welcome back anytime. A vocal minority in the Wyoming Senate tried and failed Monday to resurrect a housing bill linked to the Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senate President Bo Beitman says the bill was tainted.
Senate President Bo Beitman said, sure, I will make a movement to suspend the rules to resurrect this, but I'm not voting for that because this bill is tainted. The reason he said that is because it's at the heart of now 2 bribery investigations.
There was no rule against the act itself at the time, though the House, Senate, and governor have all responded by banning the exchange of campaign contributions in the Capitol. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. I'm Jake. You probably know who you are. If not, you might need a sobriety test. This guy who drove into the Grovant River. Come on. It's easy to make fun of this, to make light of it for me. This is low-hanging fruit for a radio talk show host to wag a finger at a guy who's allegedly drunkenly driven his Chevy Tahoe into a river and drove down the river for some distance. I mean, the river's not deep enough, the Giralt, in most places, not deep enough that the vehicle would be submerged or would float. I love the Giralt, one of my favorite rivers. Almost died on the Giralt. Oh, yeah, I've fished it, rafted it, swam in it, hiked across it. Great river. Calling it a river is kind of a stretch. East of the Mississippi, it'd be a creek. But, we call, here in Wyoming, we call ponds lakes because we just don't have a lot of water. So anything that has a flow is kind of a river. It's weird. The Mississippi and the Missouri, those are rivers. The North Platte, there's a chance to run really fast across the North Platte and not get wet. That's not a river. But, all right, we're splitting hairs. Let's say the Giralt is a river. You shouldn't be driving through it or in it. And if you are, chances are you're not in a sober state. 53-year-old man suspected of drunk driving, and if so, this would be his 5th DUI in 10 years. And this is why you can't make light of it, because this is the same community, Jackson, that saw a drunk driver, and I don't know if we have to say allegedly. I think this case has been pleaded out. But we saw a beloved community member hit and killed by a drunk driver just this past summer or spring. And when you've racked up 5 DUIs in 10 years, the next incident could be a fatality. Like, how many do you need before we just say you're not driving anymore? Before we just lock you up, there's no way you should be driving anymore. At 5, at 3, we got to take away the keys. At least, right? At 5, we got to be talking incarceration. IMO. Which means, in my opinion. It's just... all right, I'm going to be distracted off this topic because we got to get to Renee Jean. It's probably a good idea because I'm getting frustrated. We would be 5 DUIs and a guy who's caught in the middle of the Giralt River in his vehicle. What has gone wrong in your life that you find yourself at some point in your Chevy Tahoe in a river? And when the police get there, you can only think to ask for them to help you because driving is getting really tough now. Hey, could you sit on the hood so I can get some traction? I swear that's what this guy allegedly said. Anyway, Renee, what's happening with you?
I just needed some help, Jake. What's wrong with that?
I just needed a little push. It's hard getting, depending on your tire choice. I don't know what your driving ability would be in the Giralt River. Probably not great. What's Renee Jean's story we can talk about? Let me see. You had a bunch of stuff. I couldn't wait to get you on, and now you're here, and I'm like, oh, crap. What were we going to talk about? Oh, the rancher who doesn't post keep out signs on his property. This is a different kind of guy.
There might be keep out signs on other parts of the property, but yeah, I don't think it's not the usual thing where the rancher says, oh, hey, here's a 3-mile segment of my ranch and the public is allowed to come and hike on it. He wants you to stay on the trail, obviously, keep your dog on a leash, don't litter, all the things. We all know from parks that sometimes people don't follow the rules like they should. But it seems to be working out here in Sheridan with this approach. He's working with the Sheridan Community Land Trust they kind of spearheaded the campaign, the educational campaign to tell people, hey, you know, these are the things you can't do if you want to keep using this property. Peer pressure, I think, is also a component of it. People are using the trail. They don't want to lose the ability to go hike there. If they see something, they say something. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't let your dog run around like that. I think it's very interesting that it worked out because I could just see so many possible things that could go wrong.
Right. But by by extending some grace and doing it this way and being open, Sheridan's Don Roberts has found that, his efforts are rewarded by efforts of the public to do the right thing. It's working out anyway so far. That's great.
And I think a side benefit that was unexpected by all parties, with more eyes on that area, the public is walking through there. If they see something going wrong, a cow's got a face full of porcupine quills, or cow is sick, or, they can pass that report along to Sheridan Community Land Trust, which then passes it on to the rancher, so that the rancher can decide, hey, do I need to go look at poor Bessie and see what's up with her face, being full of quill.
I love when you have like a win-win-win solution that works out for kind of everybody. That's a unique thing. How did you hear about that, Renee?
Oh, I'm just constantly going through press releases and websites and Facebook and, kind of talking to people, trying to find interesting stories.
So when we get our data center boom fully built out, and who knows what the end goal is, we're going to need a whole mess of plumbers and pipe fitters and folks like that. I don't know why, and I know, though, that there is a serious shortage of those in the industry.
Yeah, so the plumbers we're talking about here really aren't the ones who look after your houses. These are the guys who build the big commercial projects. Plumbing's a big part of that. You got to have the right pipes in the right places and all of the things. In data centers in Cheyenne alone, I love this guy's back of the envelope math here that he came up with.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, let's just look at data centers in Cheyenne alone. How many plumbers do we need? And then let's look at Laramie County High School graduates. How many are there? How many of them would have to decide to be a plumber? And what he found is that over a 12-year period, if every single Laramie County High School graduate decided to be a plumber, that's how long it would take to fill the current gap, which is right now. I mean, these data centers aren't going to wait 12 years to build their projects. But so the shortage was already pretty acute. This makes it this just like takes it to a whole new level. We're just looking at one city with that statistic, Cheyenne. We have projects across the state. We've got the Kimmerer nuclear plant. We got, all kinds of things going on.
Sounds like we're going to have to import some labor, which also brings up now housing issues. And there are some legislators worried that, data center, we got to win this race to build out the cloud and AI. Can we do it?
Yeah. And, I think I'm kind of following all these different AI stories. How is this playing out? Is it really going to replace all the jobs? What are people thinking? I don't know. It's kind of 50-50 mixed. One thing I will say is that so far, demonstrating a return on investment for these AI things has been difficult.
Yeah.
I just saw a study this morning, too, about the percentage of things that AI gets wrong, and it's staggering.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
You take human out of the loop, and it's wrong 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Costing yourself more money than saving. You're making mistakes.
Plus, we're really painting a broad stroke when we say AI. AI this, AI that. I mean, there's a lot of aspects to it. There's a lot, whether you're talking about a chat GPT or whatever it is, yeah, it all depends on how we define artificial intelligence. Renee, I don't want you to get the wrong impression of me living here in Jackson in Teton County. I'm doing my best to pull down the curve. As far as the per capita income of Teton County, I'm not anywhere near the 532,000.
And
Wow.
most people aren't. You know, that's the thing about averages.
Yeah.
Someone who has an extraordinarily high number pulls everyone else up. But it is a measure, kind of the average, just kind of a measure of what's happening there as far as wealth attraction. And Teton County right now is a wealth magnet. More wealth is showing up there than anywhere else in the country. And that's kind of what Jonathan's analysis is highlighting. What does it mean, for that community? That's kind of where he's going with it. Does it mean that everybody in the county makes that? No. Like he was saying, he sat down at a table with 5 of his friends and they figured out that between them, they don't make that much between them. Add them all up. They don't make that much.
Right.
Obviously, not everybody's making that, but that wasn't the point of the story.
No, and it just takes a multimillionaire or billionaires to really pull up those numbers and really skew them just out of whack. Jackson Councilman Jonathan Schechter has been a real economic statistics guy. It's what he does. And yeah, his latest numbers, eye-popping. Can you pop eyes anymore in Teton County with news of money? I don't know.
I liked what he had to say about it, that it's amazing, but no longer surprising after 21 years. But what I thought was surprising, and I didn't know this, was, back in the day, Teton County was poor enough to qualify for federally subsidized loans that were meant for the nation's neediest counties. So it hasn't always been the case that Teton County has been this big wealth magnet. At one time, it was among the poorest. They applied for a federal loan to build a little place called Jackson Hole Ski Area, better known today as Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, the world famous Jackson Hole Mountain Resort.
Yeah, there's a lot of old time locals that'll tell you that ski resort and the airport just escalated the growth in Jackson Hole exponentially. You go back to the 1930s and you look at the counties and the valuation of land properties, how we get our license plate numbered, the counties numbered 1 through 23. And Teton County with a 22, so that's second to last least valuation. And if we redid it today, we'd be number 1 with a bullet in Teton County. But
yeah, I guess they don't do it that way anymore. But they never have changed it or anything. It just,
How's work coming on that mile racetrack? It's in the Cheyenne area, right? The Thunder Plains track.
Yeah. So Wyoming's first and only full 1 mile track is coming along. They're saying they will have races this year, but it's going to be under a new owner. Bally's Corporation is taking over. This is an international company. I think they have like 20 casinos spread across the U.S. and the U.K. And then they have one mile racetrack there south in Colorado. The guy they have managing that, an industry veteran, he's been around the block a few times, so he's going to be the one kind of in charge of what's happening at Wyoming. He's envisioning kind of a racing circuit getting set up. He's hoping to work with other racetracks across the state and bring that together and just kind of keep growing Wyoming's horse racing industry. I think it's interesting to me how, it's not just Evanston where there's a little equine boom. This is kind of spreading out and having ripple effects elsewhere in the state too.
Yeah, when we first heard about this track being built was like, I don't know, over a year ago, and I think you had that news. Was that being built on spec? Is this a new owner, or what's going on with the ownership?
Well, I think every business is a little bit on speculation.
Yeah.
But on spec, building on spec kind of implies that you're building it to sell it. That I don't believe was ever the intention there. The Edwards brothers, I think they're brothers who own that. They're longtime Wyomingites. They're interested in the horse racing industry. They were thinking, what's the next step in the horse racing industry for Wyoming? Well, to them, that would be a mile-long track. And so they wanted to be the ones to bring that to Wyoming. They wanted it to be in their county, Laramie County. And Laramie County is ideally positioned because it's right by Nebraska. It's right by Colorado. So you can draw from two different states there, states that, either don't have a horse racing venue in that locality or it's not legal. So, you're kind of creating a bigger audience for your racetrack than you would if you located it somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think if you have the vision for something like the first mile track in a state that is suddenly like bullish on horse racing, that just attracts money, investors, and you're bound to get folks who want in on that. Bally's could make something real big out of this. And they think they'll be racing this summer.
That's what they're saying. That's the dates that, the previous owner, Cowboy Racing, was approved for certain dates. That has to be done by the Gaming Commission. Changing that, it's difficult to change that. It has to fit in with what everybody else is doing. They don't like to have too many overlapping dates. So that's kind of, you're locked into that. Their plan is to try to make that. The caveat to that, I guess, is if there's a quote killing blizzard, things might get delayed to 2027. But right now, I don't think that looks too likely the way the weather's been. It's been much warmer than usual. Of course, you never know. It is Wyoming.
Let's change subjects. Let's talk about the big train. This year celebrating the 250th, and UP is going to do it up big. Is this a UP big boy? The first coast to coast run of this historic steam engine?
Yeah, this would if the eastern leg of this tour is realized, it'll be a first for Big Boy. Big Boy has not been back to the East Coast since rolling off the line in New York in like the 19 whatever year that was. I'm thinking it was the 40s, but I don't remember exactly. So it'll be the first time it's ever been back since it was made. We know that, of course, from previous stories, Big Boy was created during World War II, so we'd be able to haul heavy equipment over the Wasatch Mountains. Conquering the Wasatch Mountains was a big deal at the time. You need a big locomotive to do that. Big Boy was created to be the biggest possible size that it could be and still run the rails that existed at the time. So it's like 133 feet long, and that's as long as it could be and still make the curves that it had to make. I think it's a pretty cool history, and it's really cool to watch it just come in. It's so big. It's got all that sound, the thunder and the fury. I mean, it brings it every time, and people just love to watch Big Boy.
People love this huge steam engine, this big train. So we now know some whistle stops, and they are true whistle stops. Like they're going to be there 15, 30 minutes and goodbye. Laramie, Wamsutter, Rock Springs, Green River, and then the reverse. So it's going out and back.
Yeah. Okay. And there are other stops that aren't being advertised. Some of those are special events for Union Pacific employees, and maybe local communities might know about them before we would find out about them because they're not being publicly announced. The eastern leg hasn't been really official yet, hasn't been finalized. That is in front of the Federal Railroad Administration. They're looking for a waiver. I guess on that part, they are using cab signals still. And so they're looking for a waiver because Big Boy already has positive train control, doesn't really need cab signals. And Norfolk Southern, which is going to host them, can just, make a temporary adjustment to how they operate to keep things safe. But so the route can't be finalized until FRA gives their thumbs up, right? But there are a few little clues in the filing about where that likely route is going to be. So, you can kind of look at that.
Well, I think the route's going to be somewhere where the rails are.
Well, no, I mean, they actually list Norfolk Southern's Fort Wayne, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Harrisburg lines.
Got it.
So you got a pretty good idea if you look at that filing where the train's probably going to be. That's where they're seeking the FRA waiver. Obviously, if they want to go on a different part, they'd have to seek a new waiver, right? Which is probably not going to happen. So I would say that that's your route right there.
I enjoy your story introducing us to Debbie Pummel. Is that how you say her last name, Pummel?
I think so.
Yeah, I thought it'd be really hard to follow up 2025's big YO Tourism Award winner. After all, it was Diane Schober, the GOAT. But this Debbie from Hawaii sounds like a pretty nice follow-up. 2026 winner, and she's been doing hospitality. She learned it from the island of hospitality, Hawaii, and reluctantly came to Wyoming and quickly became an ambassador for the state and tourism as well.
Yeah, I loved her anecdote about growing up on Hawaii and how, the lei symbolizes love, respect, basically everything related to hospitality. Hawaii has kind of laid claim to the heart of hospitality, but to her, a native Hawaiian, here she is in Wyoming, and she says, no, it's in Wyoming. It's, it's the wide open spaces, the wide open hearts, the families that go back generations who have taught this to their children and grandchildren. For her, Wyoming is the heart of hospitality. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, very cool. And Debbie's going to be on the show. We had her scheduled early, I think yesterday, but she's not quite feeling up to it. But yeah, thanks for that story and all your stories, Renee. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Have a great Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jane joining us on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Usually, Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
I guess the Hollywood actor Shia has a beef with New Orleans. As we mentioned yesterday, Shia LaBeouf's been arrested for a second time. Maybe Nolans is not for you, Shia. Maybe you should stay out of NOLA and the bars there. We've probably all seen the video on various iPhones of LaBeouf just stripping down to his bare-chested drunkenness and challenging anybody and everybody to throw down. President Trump has so far promised no boots on the ground when it comes to any involvement in Iran, but if we needed to send troops in, I think we just start with Shia LaBeouf. I mean, all respect to the 101st and anybody else who might be the nation's greatest fighting forces. I think just Shia LaBeouf without his shirt on in Tehran could do a lot of damage. I don't know which photos and videos I am to believe. I see now 2 videos and photos of supposed U.S. Air Force fighter pilots being assisted and rescued by Kuwaitis. One's a female, and she has parachuted after Kuwait did admit they accidentally shot down 3 F-15 Eagles. That was a mistake, case of friendly fire. Kuwait's on our side. And one seems to be more legit than another, but I see 2 different. One's a guy who's purportedly been rescued or contacted by the locals, and one's a guy, one's a female. Don't know what kind of news to believe, honestly. The shooting, and we haven't talked about this at all, but that shooting in Austin, Texas on March 1st, 2 days ago, is being considered or investigated as an act of terrorism. 3 now are known dead in this shooting, 3 announced dead. The shooter allegedly had a T-shirt underneath their clothing, an Iranian T-shirt, something to do with Iran. I wanted to be more informative on this, but I've hit a paywall window with, I've reached my limit of free articles on the Wall Street Journal. Austin mass shooter wore Iranian flag undershirt. This from the Austin police. So that's enough to call it an act of terrorism. Are these radicalized U.S.-born citizens that have gone to college or joined a club or have somehow learned online to be pro-Iranian? Or are these Iranian people in the United States legally or illegally? I don't know. But even if you're here living in this country legally and you were born in Iran, it's almost like I could see why during World War II, Japanese were rounded up and put in internment camps. It's a terrible, you look back now and you say that was a terrible thing. These are U.S. citizens that just happen to have Japanese ancestry. That was awful to think they were some kind of agents of war or potential spies. And how many families were just disrupted by this. But fast forward to today, and someone is Iranian born living in the U.S. And you see a mass shooting like this in Austin by somebody wearing an Iranian flag. And I could see how very easily a group think could take over, and you could say, these kids on campus saying free Palestine and down with Israel, and these are like regular old American white kids. Suddenly they're pro-Palestinian. Really? What do they even know about the issue? I don't know. Whatever they learn from their DEI woke classes at college. And what is the connection with this shooter allegedly rocking an Iranian t-shirt? What do you see in Iran that looks positive to you? What about Iran do you cherish? Do you want to protect? Do you want to go out and just shoot people for? What are you? I see what you're against, I guess, the United States involvement in Iran. What are you for? Are you for the suppression of women's rights? Are you for the destruction of Israel and the U.S., for that matter? How many Iranian leaders have said we're going to wipe Israel off the map? And while we're at it, they're friends, the U.S. What are you for? Rocking an Iranian flag and shooting people in Austin, Texas? What are you doing driving your Chevy Tahoe in the middle of the Giralt River, for that matter? Let me get back to that topic, because that story, let me check the latest Facebooks. Last I heard, that story was nearing 1,000 impressions on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. By now, it's got to be there, I would think. Man driving into the Giralt. Actually, no, that must be another story I was thinking of. 152 impressions. It was the Thermopolis. Yeah, the stories that have rung the 1,000 bell are the Thermopolis caregiver accused of neglecting an elderly person in their care. This woman apparently left, abandoned, or just abandoned their duties to an 87-pound man, elderly man, who was deaf and just about completely blind. He was found by a doctor who was, I guess, making a regular visit or some kind of call, and the doctor estimated this man had not had his adult diaper changed in probably 10, 11, 12, maybe 2 weeks. Oh, boy. This woman will be facing charges, neglect, abuse, whatever that charge is. That story's now hit 1,000 impressions. So too, 1,100 impressions is West Virginia's move to legalize machine guns. and how it could lead to Wyoming to do similar. I can't believe West Virginia beat us to this. And it's every citizen's right to have a machine gun. Not that I would immediately run out and buy a machine gun. No way. I would buy two. Wyoming could follow suit. This story, big play on the Facebook page, 1,100 impressions. All of them either a thumbs up or a heart. None of them frustration or crying or sad face. 238 comments, 107 shares on that story from Mark Hines. The story about a man who took his 2-horse wagon team through a McDonald's drive-thru in Powell. Also, 1,100 impressions, 63 shares, 177 shares, 63 comments. Most of the impressions either laughing, heart, or thumbs up. Way to go, Alan Hatch. He was on the show yesterday. He's the guy who's running the team through the drive-thru. I don't know if Cole and Onyx, his 2 horses, would have thought to go through the McDonald's drive-thru on their own. They were just following orders. Alan Hatch was originally banned from the drive-thru by a misguided store manager who has since been put on the right track. Originally, Alan was told, please don't come back. You're banned from the drive-thru as long as you bring the horses. And McDonald's corporate, after this story went like international, Cowboy State Daily has pretty good reach, but this story was also picked up by numerous media outlets around the world. Because of the great photo, journalism photo by our friend Mark Davis at the Powell Tribune. Great photo. Way to go, Mark. And that photo tells the story and helped make this a new sensation. And it got the attention of McDonald's corporate, and credit the Golden Arches, McD's higher-ups. They reached out and told Alan, hey, our mistake. Anytime you want to bring the horses through the drive-thru, that's cool with us. We don't have a policy regarding that, and we think it's pretty neat. Yeah, it's got to be a good boost for marketing, I would think, for McDonald's. Let me go back to, the dude who drove into the river. I can't believe we even be talking about that. The dude who drove into a river. Sounds like the beginning of a joke. This guy drove his Chevy Tahoe into a river. This happened just back last summer, right? 53-year-old man. It's Chris Eichhoff. This would be his 5th DUI. He's scheduled to plead guilty to his 5th DUI in the last decade. He's scheduled to plead guilty today. He's going to make his court appearance. So pretty soon we won't have to say alleged, apparently. Eichhoff, with a plea of guilty, will mean that in the deal, prosecutors will exchange for dismissal a charge of possessing controlled substance. Oh, yeah. Originally, Eichhoff apparently told law enforcement when they caught him in the middle of the river trying to drive a pickup truck. And he said, and they asked him, how many drinks have you had? That's the first question you're going to get. Usually, when the cop comes up and taps on the window, you want to roll the window. That first question when your Chevy Tahoe is in the Gros Ventre River is probably not going to be the standard, do you know why I stopped you? Or do you have any idea how fast you're going? It was, how many of you had today? And apparently Eichhoff said, I haven't been drinking, but I am high on mushrooms. I haven't had any alcohol, but man, I'm on some kind of trip with these mushrooms. That's probably the possession of controlled substance that they'll throw out. Recommending 2 to 4 years in prison. Not a bad idea, because this community has had a DUI fatality in the very recent past. In fact, this same last summer. This happened August 31st, 2025. Not the first conviction for a DUI. In fact, court records show Eichhoff has 4 prior convictions to driving while under the influence since August of 2016, including 2 on the same day in April of 2022. I'd say Mr. Eichhoff has a bit of a problem. Driving problem? Yes. Trucks don't drive good in the river. Drinking problem? Probably, with this being your 5th DUI. More coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show as we're in the final hour. Last break, and we make a run for the finish line on this Tuesday.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Here's a piece of interesting news. Almost sounds made up if it wasn't backed by actual research and a recent working paper from folks affiliated with the Harvard Medical School. So that sounds real enough. That's good enough for me. I'll call it news. There's evidence that people get in way more fatal car crashes today, and you'll never guess why. What is a huge contributor to car accidents, vehicle accidents, and it's not texting and driving. It's not drinking and driving. This is a mind blower. I'll give you a hint. The spike in accidents noted is on Fridays. And this sounds like Friday. It's the weekend, the visit to the bar, going to and from parties, right? It's not that. In fact, researchers recognize that Fridays would, a contributor to accidents on Fridays would be people perhaps having one too many. They ruled out, or they figured out a way to factor out that part of the equation and isolated in on something really unique that happens on Fridays. And it's the only thing the researchers can think to correlate the increase in accidents on Fridays, a spike in U.S. traffic fatalities noted statistically, and they blame new music. New music drops typically happen on Friday. In other words, the latest Taylor Swift single, the latest Bruno Mars album, usually released on Friday. And the notion is people are distracted by the hot new banger and they're playing it loudly in their car and they're not paying attention to their driving like they should. I kid you not. It's real news. It's on the internet. And it's Harvard medical study research. According to the Fatality Analysis Reporting System and coordinated with Spotify's charts to track the 10 most streamed albums, most of these drops, most of the drop data, most of the new songs released on Friday, and for the corresponding next few hours of the new release of the hot new single or album, people getting more crashes. Wow. And you thought it was texting and driving. No, it's Taylor Swift is to blame for the increase in the crack-ups on the road. Interesting. Wyoming Game and Fish giving a heads up to anglers and river users of the North Platte. Expect sizable increases in water flows beginning March 5th for the next 10 days. So starting Thursday for about 10 days, you're going to see the North Platte hustling a little bit harder than usual. And that's annual flushing that takes place. Game and Fish requests just about every year this time, early spring, actually technically still winter, I guess, in order to improve fish spawning habitat and increase production of certain food fish or fish food. The Bureau of Reclamation will begin releasing additional water from the Gray Reef Reservoir beginning Thursday morning, March 5th. Flows will increase from about 500 cubic feet per second to 4,000 CFS. That's pretty significant. So if you're on the North Platte River and you use it for whatever fishing is probably, the fishing's not going to be good during the increased runoff, and you might want to be aware if you're floating on it or doing anything on it. Expect higher water flows on the North Platte. What else? I wanted to hit a couple more things, but I disremember now what they were. We did this day in history. We've talked about just about every news item. Oh, a terrible loss in Glen Rock. I have never been to Fort Diablo, but we talked to Kevin Meyer earlier, Cowboy Kevin Meyer. He's been there a bunch of times. It's a landmark. Anybody who's lived in the Glen Rock area, this is between Douglas and Casper on that stretch of I-25. In fact, to visit Glen Rock, you got to get off the interstate. And yeah, that restaurant's right across the road, right across the highway from the football field, the Glen Rock High School's football field. institution, 70-year-old Fort Diablo. You just call it the Fort. Hey, we're going to the Fort today for lunch. Kevin Tate says devastated watching his restaurant burn. Still trying to figure out what started the fire. It was perhaps a neon sign, but it happened during breakfast just yesterday. I couldn't believe it. Kevin Tate says this just sucks. The fire department, this happened Sunday morning. Fire department says it looks like the building is a total loss. It didn't burn to the ground, but significant damage. And the owner, Kevin Tate, says still too early to ask whether he's going to rebuild or what. He's still trying to get his arms around the idea that $6,000 worth of food. He had the Easter buffet all planned and a whole bunch of food delivered. It's all gone. And 70 years plus tradition of prime rib and the steakhouse and all that burned down in Glen Rock. Tough loss for the Glen Rock community, seeing Fort Diablo go up in smoke. That's too bad. Great show we had today. Jen Coker started us off right off the bat on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Early this morning, Jen talked about a couple of stories she's working on, missing persons case. She's going to be featuring this week about a man missing in Rawlins back in the 1980s, I think 1983. Senator Ogden Driskill was on early this morning to talk about the budget session, the 68th legislative session that is wrapping up in about a week. We did get a budget finalized yesterday, and the announcement that Wyoming can fund operations for the next 2 years to the tune of $9.99 billion. I wonder if coming in under 10 was a significant motivator. I don't know. Senator Ogden Driskill talked about how he thought it was a win for the Senate. The Senate had a notion of a budget significantly higher than the House, although the House, Representative John Bear was on saying he thought it was a win for the House as they held the line with fiscal conservativeness and right-sizing government. Everybody thought it was a win. Even the governor said he thought the budget was a win. So, hey, we'll take it, man. Anytime you pass a budget, government passes a budget, and everybody walks away saying, yeah, that's a good one. We liked it. All right. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Fun show today, but that's going to wrap it up for us. We're out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow. Same time. Have a great Tuesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming way.